The girl lost her parents at an early age, and during a period of loneliness and melancholy, she managed to find an unexpected hobby for herself. These are fantasy novels. The main characters of such stories often encounter absurd incidents, after which they find themselves in a world unfamiliar to them. That day, she was discussing with her friend about a character who had been transported to another dimension after dying in a traffic accident. And while they were chatting, their bus got into an accident. She would never have thought that she would repeat the death of that very character. She just can't believe that she's going to die like this. It doesn't matter, she has no reason to live on anyway. But her friend Hee Young, who was always there and supported her in the most difficult times to cope with this, she tried to reach out her hand one last time to her friend. Well, then someone else grabbed that hand, and the girl dreamed that her friends would allow her to find eternal happiness. But she didn't understand who it was. Such a voice can only be heard in a fantasy world. Maybe she died and went to heaven. Well then, the girl opened her eyes in a completely incomprehensible place. She even smiled in surprise and began to get up. She didn't understand where she was. After all, she had been crushed by a bus just a couple of seconds ago. And now she is in a place where there are a lot of knights. She was very scared when one of the knights started jumping on her from above. She started screaming at him to get away and tried to somehow cover herself with her hands. But then she saw that the sword was melting, and the knights looked frightened. She was shocked when she saw blue flames coming out of her hands. She didn't want to believe that she did it. Then a man would come out and say that he had had enough of this, so they should lay down their arms. He asked for forgiveness for his insolence. The man stood out from the crowd. He noticed that his soldiers seemed afraid of strangers. The girl was shocked and decided to ask who he was. The man then said that his name was Eric Crovia, but everyone refers to him as a prince who found himself on the battlefield because he had nowhere else to go. He was about to be killed, but her magic frightened the enemy and made him run, so the girl saved his life. He's not going to interrogate her about who she is or where she came from. If she needs a safe place, he'll help her. He asked why she didn't go with him. The girl was shocked, and she didn't even understand what she should answer. She accepted Eric's proposal and wished him her hand. But it was not easy for the citizens of the Empire to accept it. They did not understand why His Highness brought me all of them, and they did not understand what it all meant. Eric tried to explain to them that she was his guest of honor, and they should treat her with respect. No matter what powers an ordinary high school girl might have given me, she can't do anything in a completely unfamiliar world. She needed social support. Eric needed her help, so she became his sword, leading the Blood Empire to victory. Thanks to this, Eric was able to ascend to the throne. In return, he awarded her the title of Duke, despite her being a woman of unknown origin. At first, many nobles were extremely unhappy with this, but as soon as she conquered the land of the Empire's strongest opponents, such sentiments immediately disappeared. 10 years later, the ballroom of the Imperial Palace of Blood, the gentleman announced Her Grace Duchess Serena Artez. Serena Artez was the Duchess of the Blood Empire, and also our main character. Everyone was very happy. The lady looked simply magnificent. The lady thanked these ladies with a smile for their compliments. Eric was delighted because his goddess had finally arrived. The lady noted that she had already told him to stop with this strange treatment. The gentleman noted that she looked very beautiful with blonde hair. The lady only replied that he should save the compliments for his bride, because she would soon drill a hole in her. But Eric said there was no need to worry, because there was nothing between them, and it was just a political alliance. Well then, today's banquet is being held to welcome the most honored guest from the kingdom of Arena, so they are offered to eat, drink, and be merry. She thought that it looked more like he was blackmailing the defeated kingdom, holding their princes hostage, and this is not at all an honored guest. She also asked where this honored guest was now, and this surprised Eric. The gentleman asked again why she was so interested in this, and then he understood everything. The lady noted that he himself knew perfectly well. The prince was still staying in the outbuilding, so he needed to introduce him to the aristocrats in advance. He told her to look at the man with platinum hair. The girl said it was incredible. She herself is a hypertrophied, powerful duchess of a crazy fantasy world, but he seems to be from a completely different genre. Eric noted that she liked those kinds of faces. The girl was outraged, but in the meantime, this prince turned in their direction. He noted that it was impossible for anyone not to like this face. The girl approached His Majesty and noted that it was time for the first dance. She noticed that everyone was waiting for their dance. It was Olivia, Eric Crowley's fiancée. Then the gentleman remarked that he must ask permission to invite her to dance. The lady, of course, agreed. The main character was happy because finally it happened, because that's how it should be. But then someone turned to her and asked if she thought this holiday was a bit boring. When she turned around, she saw a guy with platinum hair. The guy came closer and noted that if she didn't consider it rude, he would like to invite her. But the gentleman asked for forgiveness. She was not interested in dancing. The gentleman was in complete shock that it did not want to dance with him. The pitiful face wouldn't change her mind, so she looked at him with disdain. She didn't understand what he was trying to achieve by kissing her hand. She didn't understand what was happening, and he said that he would dare to say that he could make her heart flutter. The lady was in complete shock, and she didn't even know what to answer to this. When the lady felt something in her heart, she decided to agree. The gentleman was very grateful to her ladyship and bowed. Serena noted that he should know that she wasn't a very good dancer, but this did not bother the gentleman, and he continued to dance with her. The lady suddenly asked what his name was. The prince replied that he was Ricardo Arena. He also asked her to call him simply Rico. Well, the lady asked him for his first and last name, and the guy asked what she wanted. The lady grabbed him and bent him down and asked him what he meant. They say it will make her heart flutter. She agreed to dance solely for this question, and he seems to know nothing. When the man replied that he would like to return it to her, he meant her heart and said he was sure he could find it. From these words, it seemed to her that she actually felt her heart beating. Yeah, but this is of course impossible. She doesn't have a heart. And she realized that she had no heart only after 2 years of being in this world. Under the pretext of completing the process of conquest that began 2 years ago, she searched the place where her story began here, the kingdom of Arena. She thought she had lost her heart there, but she believes it was a fit of madness. She told Eric that she couldn't find him. Eric noted that he thought it was best left between them. People are talking about her having devilish powers. The mood in society is as bad as it can be. But even after that, Serena continued to look for a way to get her heart back. She didn't understand why she couldn't forget about him and live breaking through what the name of unimaginable power. She has survived countless battles and injuries that would have instantly killed anyone else. She can't believe that she will have to spend her whole life like this without ever learning to handle these powers. She didn't want to think about being left all alone for tens of thousands of years. That's why she wants to come back, and she wants to become human again. But now this prince says that he would like to return her heart to her. The guy didn't understand at all what was happening to her ladyship. People didn't understand what was happening. They thought that the Duchess liked the prince so much. Others believed that she was simply going to kill him since she was leading him somewhere so aggressively. No one knows the secret about her missing heart. It is safer for her and for Eric, but how he found out about it, on the other hand, is completely unclear. She pinned him against the wall and told him to tell her everything. Serena demanded that he tell her how he knew about her heart. The guy told her to wait and ask her to let him go. The lady was shocked when she saw this flame. She let him go and asked who he really was. In all this time, she had never met a person with the same powers as hers, but she definitely felt a pulse, which meant that, unlike her, he also had a heart. She had no idea where this guy came from, and he just asked her to calm down. He promised to tell her everything. It happened 10 years ago. He was visiting the fields of Arena when he saw something strange, a heart radiating crimson color. He reached for it, but something strange began to happen. At that very moment, he was sucked into a dark cave, and he didn't understand where he was, and simply believed that he had fallen underground. Then he saw that there was a dragon lying opposite him, and he was very scared. But it seems this dragon is dead. It was worth taking emergency provisions with him, because the guy didn't understand how long he had to sit here. It will take a lot of strength to climb back up, but the only thing he can eat is here. His throat is just burning. As soon as he swallowed a piece of dragon flesh, his vision suddenly darkened, and he doesn't know how much time passed. But when he opened his eyes and came to his senses, he felt an unimaginable power spreading inside him. Without thinking twice, he began to climb up, and within a week, he was finally able to get to the surface. He soon returned to Arena, and after a couple of years, rumors began to spread that the Duchess of Crovia had come to their kingdom. In order to find something quickly spread, Serena had no idea what he was trying to say. She asked again what the heart was doing next to the dragon, and she also asked how he knew that it belonged to her. The prince asked the lady if she knew anything about his homeland, and the girl replied that a dragon was depicted on the coat of arms of their country. They say that as proof of her friendship, the founder of Arena gave her heart to the dragons, receiving their powers in return. As her power increased, she could throw giant boulders with just one finger, and she could also split mountains in two with one swing of her sword. And she might have heard that tale before. This is a story about her powers, and she has already heard this legend, but only perceived it as a stupid fiction. Having a witness changes everything. She needed to go to this country, so she turned around and started to walk away. The guy said that he would like to ask the lady about something. He asked again if she would do him the honor of marrying him. The girl was shocked. She turned around and asked again if she understood him correctly. He doesn't ask her to become his sweet little wife in exchange for information about her heart. And the guy said that this is not true at all. He is just asking, because I would really like her to allow him to become her husband. Lauren Inez, daughter of Baron Inez, was absolutely horrified and screamed for Serena to look at it. A date with Prince Ricardo on the terrace, that's some kind of nonsense. Serena noted that she seemed to think that two unmarried people couldn't go on a date. Lauren noted that this was indeed the case, so they would sue these gossips because they needed to use their fortune to good use, putting all sorts of scoundrels behind bars. But Serena said that there was no need for that. It was even funny. Then Serena swept up, so that Lauren would stop being nervous and answer her question. She is her only friend, and ancient history is her specialty. Lauren noted that this was indeed the case, but she did not understand why she suddenly became interested in Arena's story. The lady replied that she simply wanted to educate herself culturally, and that she believed that it was better for her friend not to know anything about her heart. Legend has it that the founder of the kingdom gave her heart to a dragon. She knows it sounds absurd, but that's the story. Well, now she answered her, so she would like to know what happened at the ball. The lady replied that there was nothing special there. She noted that the guy simply proposed to her. Because of this, her friend was in complete shock and simply crumbled like a stone after an earthquake. She asked Serena in horror if Lisa was telling the truth. Well, he also told a couple of interesting stories, but she decided not to tell them. Then, he asked her if she would marry him, but she thought it was some kind of nonsense. She was almost taken in by his cute face, but then he said that his offer would definitely please her. She didn't understand how this could happen, but he noticed that she had just thought about going to Arena first thing tomorrow. The gentleman replied that this was naturally so. And then he smiled and noted that she most likely would not be able to do this. The lady asked with displeasure why he thought she couldn't do it. The guy spent it with a smile that something happened in Aaron after his return from the same hole. When he returned, everyone was very happy that Ricardo returned alive. But everyone was shocked. They didn't understand what was happening to the prince and thought it was some kind of devilry. But then the gentleman ordered everyone to be silent. He turned to Ricardo. It was his mother. She was glad that he had returned to her safe and sound. But she pulled him close and told him to tell her what had happened. Then a series of terrible experiments began. They wanted to create soldiers as strong as he was. To fight the most powerful Duchess of Blood every day was a real torture. And so the years passed. The experiments only ended when he lost his dragon powers. And then the war came to an end. Now Arena is considered the private residence of the queen, which no one can touch. Therefore, even an imperial duchess like Her Highness cannot enter these lands so easily, but everything would be different if he were his wife. He tried to say something else, but the lady interrupted him and said that she was a member of the royal family and also an imperial duchess. She noticed that he lied about losing his powers because she saw him use them. He confirmed this and noted that this was the only way to stop these experiments. After that, he asked again what he would say about this. She didn't understand whether she should play along. If necessary, she could always make him pay for his misdeeds. So she told her friend that she wanted to ask her if she knew where Ricardo was now. The girl replied that she had heard that he would reach the imperial palace, and then Serena immediately said that she had to go there. Lauren tried to stop her and asked why she was going right now. But the lady couldn't believe that she really didn't understand. She noted that in order to accept his proposal, Eric couldn't believe that she was actually interested in this prince. But he noted that if she wanted, she could marry him. Serena replied that she no longer thought that she would approve of her idea. He noted that it was I who decided that no one dares to express dissatisfaction. Besides, she can always break off the engagement or marriage. which, to be honest, he was very happy about. But the girl did not understand why she was saying this, because it was he who said to marry the prince. The gentleman noted that he simply knew that he would not be able to stop her. He is worried about her condition, because she herself said that with each passing day, her emotions are becoming less and less vivid. This only increased his excitement. At times, it actually turned out to be dangerous. Eric noted that he was worried that she would never be able to feel love, so that's what he thought. The girl noted that she had said that there was no love for Ricardo. Eric noted that she was interested in him, or maybe he was wrong. The girl thoughtfully noted that now in principle, there was no way back. Then the girl noted that she had one more request for Eric, and perhaps it was a little unpleasant. But Eric told her to say whatever she wished for. Everything would belong to her. The girl asked if he understood what she would like to do, and came up to him and whispered in his ear. Eric shouted that she seemed to have gone crazy, and the girl began to run away. He told her to ask for anything except that. But Serena had read that it would be very profitable to sell it, but he had no idea what it was. Then the girl said that she understood him and would not talk about it anymore. Ricardo's chambers were in one of the wings of the imperial palace. Spacious, richly furnished, but without excessive pretentiousness, they ideally reflected the character of their owner. Serena walked inside, looking around slowly. Now that she was here, she needed to decide where to start the conversation. She had a lot of questions, and each one required an answer. The door suddenly swung open, and Ricardo appeared in front of the girl. He greeted her with a wide, almost carefree smile, as if he was glad to see her there. Serena raised an eyebrow slightly and asked curiously where his servants had gone. Weren't they supposed to do things like open doors? The prince calmly replied that he did not like it when too many strangers fussed around him. He assumed that she also preferred solitude. Hearing this, Serena remembered how she had once slapped a butler in the face. There had been a fly on his cheek, but by the time she struck him, it had already flown away. The butler instantly lost consciousness, and she only wanted to swat the insect. The maid who became a witness was simply dumbfounded, not knowing how to react. Remembering that incident, Serena decided to agree with the prince. Then, with interest in her voice, she asked if something similar had ever happened to him. Ricardo shrugged, noting that his blows had never made anyone faint, but he still preferred not to use force. Anyway, Serena was here for another reason. Their conversation at the ball had never been finished, and now it was time to put an end to it. Ricardo understood her intentions and nodded. He was well aware that the sudden proposal could be a real shock for her. Of course it was a shock, and if for her peace of mind it was necessary to sign a contract, he did not object. They could discuss the terms in advance. Serena didn't immediately understand the meaning of his words, and asked again, looking at him in amazement. She didn't expect to hear something like that. Then Ricardo explained, "If she suddenly wants a lover, he will not stop her. Such a condition is acceptable. He is ready to put up with this as long as nothing constrains her, and she feels free." However, Serena flushed with anger. Did this impudent man really think she was capable of such a thing? However, she kept her emotions in check, and without showing irritation, agreed to study the contract he handed her. But as soon as she glanced at the paper, she immediately tore it up, declaring that it didn't matter at all. If he answers all her questions honestly, she might consider his offer. She needs to make sure there is no ulterior motive that could harm her. Above all, Serena wanted to understand what benefit he would gain by linking his fate with hers. It was obvious that he would not do it without a reason. Another important question was what his true goal was. What did he hope to gain by proposing to her? Frankly, it all looked suspicious. It seemed like he was acting in concert with the queen, and this whole situation was just a way to use her for his own purposes. Serena had read that in such cases, men often choose revenge over marriage. Why is he proposing to her if she is the cause of his suffering? He became visibly embarrassed and admitted that he still remembered the day he first saw her. For him, it was a moment he could not forget. The lady looked at him carefully and asked, "Does he really want to say that their first meeting did not take place at the ball at all?" Then he calmly replied that she was right. Everything was completely different. Their meeting happened much earlier than she could have thought. It happened on the very day that her grace destroyed his native kingdom, turning it into ruins. The kingdom of Arena offered the dragon's heart to the Empire's sword. thus showing its capitulation to the victors. Now Serena clarified. Was this really the rare gem that Eric told her about? The man who presented this stone was sure that he was handing over not just a jewel, but a national treasure, a symbol of an entire kingdom. As Serena picked up the stone, she noted to herself that it looked quite cute despite its importance. But a moment later, she squeezed it in her palm, and the gem crumbled in her hand as if it were made of fragile glass. Eric's face was contorted in shock. He couldn't understand what had just happened or why she had done it. The man holding the dragon's heart was absolutely terrified. His voice trembled as he desperately cried out, asking if she knew what she had done. After all, this artifact is the purest and most precious gem in the entire world, incomparable to anything. Eric, on the other hand, remained calm. He firmly stated that Serena should not worry, because he was sure that she did not do it on purpose. Ricardo watched their conversation closely, hiding behind the wall, assessing the situation. At that moment, Ricardo realized that everything had an end. This kingdom cursed by fate was living out its last days, and soon its existence would cease forever. He felt a strange satisfaction from this thought. Whatever Serena's true intentions, she was the cause of the destruction of the Queen's laboratory. It was there that he suffered torture and suffering for years with no hope of salvation. Now all that is in the past. He once made a decision for himself. The heart of his savior will definitely be returned to her. No matter what the cost, he will achieve this, because the debt of gratitude cannot be ignored. Realizing what she had done, Serena apologized to the man with regret. She had no idea that she would squeeze his heart so hard that it would cause such terrible consequences. She was truly sorry. The prince, observing her sincerity involuntarily, thought that perhaps at that very moment he had already fallen in love with her, although he himself did not yet realize it. The girl asked in surprise if he was really serious. She was sure he was just joking, and couldn't believe that such words were coming from him. The guy couldn't understand why she thought that way. After all, it was just one of the reasons why he wanted to help her. He knew there was another, no less important one. The second reason was that after she took him as a trophy, he wanted her invasion of Arena to go well without any unexpected obstacles. He wanted to get back his heart, which had remained hidden from prying eyes for so long, and at the same moment trample the last weak hopes of the kingdom, destroying them forever. This was the sight he desired to see more than anything else in the world, so much so that the very thought of it made him beam with joy, as if anticipating a long-awaited triumph. The girl listened to him, and after thinking for a bit, agreed. She even noted that she generally liked this reason more than the first one. After some thought, Serena decided that, in that case, she would call him Rico, as if this new name would mark the beginning of their unusual union. Ricardo was pleased, but then the lady added that she had one more condition. He must not fall in love with her, no matter how tempting it might seem. After all, such feelings could become a burden for her, an extra weight that would only hinder them from moving further towards their common goal. Hearing this, the guy was upset for a moment, but did not say anything. He simply accepted her words, deciding that it was better to remain silent. Serena, still enthusiastic, said that she was looking forward to the moment when they would start working together, because their journey was just beginning. Prince Ricardo shook her hand with a warm smile, letting her know that he shared her joy completely. He confidently said that he too was looking forward to this moment, because their wedding day would be special for both of them. The lady, hearing this, nodded and said that since everyone was so determined, it was time for them to begin preparations. There are many things to do ahead. Choosing outfits, decorating the hall, discussing the ceremony. Serena couldn't wait for him to see it. She wanted to catch his eye the moment he realized the gravity of what was happening. The man stood in mute amazement as the legendary eye of the dragon from Arena appeared before him. This gem, shrouded in myths, shone with a magical light. He couldn't even believe that he was holding it in his hands. Now, the lady knew the name of this unusual stone. Just a couple of hours ago, a servant entered her office and bowed to tell her that His Majesty had sent her a gift without specifying what it was. Serena looked at the gift in surprise. She had to pick the stone out of the crown she had worn for almost 100 years. She did not expect to see it in front of her again under such strange circumstances. He was indignant a lot, but still sent her this precious stone. It seemed that this decision was not easy for him, but he still took this step despite his inner doubts. This happened right after she destroyed the god's heart. It was this act that became the turning point, after which the decision was made to give her this gem. In response to her actions, the authorities of Arena presented the river with another magnificent gem, a dragon's eye, which was considered a rarity even among royal treasures. Serena said that since the jeweler had looked at the stone long enough, he now had to hide it in the ring so that no one would guess what kind of jewel was hidden in the decoration. The master jeweler was shocked. He asked again if the lady really wanted him to split such a magnificent stone to set it in an ordinary ring. In his practice, such orders were not available. The jeweler was sure that the previous ring did not suit the lady, but Serena hastened to dissuade him. The problem was not in the design or the stone. It was simply not intended for her. She could already imagine how surprised Ricardo would be. The jeweler, on the contrary, was confused, thinking that the ring was being chosen for an engagement. Unexpectedly, Ricardo himself entered the room. He immediately turned to her ladyship, asking if she had made a decision. Serena didn't even know what to say. His appearance seemed strange, and especially the smile with which he looked at her. The lady declared that the choice had been made, although she had previously told him to wait. It had been decided, and now he had no choice but to accept her decision. Serena couldn't understand why he came and what he was doing here. After all, it was supposed to be a surprise, and everything seemed to be going according to her plan. But something was wrong. The prince thought she was going to tell him something, but to his surprise, the girl hesitated and could not continue. He did not know what to expect from her. Serena, however, noticed that whatever he chose would look absolutely stunning on him. She was sure he would look flawless. After weighing everything, she decided to take all the men's jewelry she could get her hands on. It seemed like a logical step for such an important event. The jeweler was stunned by her decision to take the entire collection. Ricardo was also completely perplexed, not understanding how this was possible, but he could not say anything. Ricardo tried to object, saying that there was no need for such expenses, but Serena just smiled and said that for her fiancé, this was a minimal gesture of attention. The prince could not understand her argument, as his face remained completely impassive. Everything he heard did not cause the desired reaction in him. He was extremely embarrassed when he thanked the lady for the gift. He felt awkward because he did not know how to respond to her generosity and attentions. Serena replied that it was nothing special and not worth paying attention to. Ricardo then decided that he could thank her if he took on the expenses of organizing the wedding. The Duchess asked in bewilderment why this should be done, since Eric himself had said that the imperial family should do this and not someone else. Ricardo calmly explained that she had to understand his situation. He needed everyone to believe that he desperately needed this marriage, otherwise he would have problems. There is another claimant to the throne in Arin. If he is supported by powerful allies, he could become a threat. Therefore, it is important to prove that this marriage is based on love. Serena sighed and noted that wedding preparations alone were not enough to convince everyone. Simple words and beautiful ceremonies would not change the minds of enemies. Besides the royal family of Arena, they had other enemies, especially among the imperial aristocrats. She was sure that these people would try to ruin their marriage. Serena's mind was already filled with their conversations about how she was marrying the prince only for power, and how they discussed what she would get from this union. The prince noted that it sounded like her relationship with the aristocrats left much to be desired. It was obvious that she did not trust them. Serena didn't deny it, and Ricardo thought about it and suggested that she might have a fragment of the dragon's heart that could be used. He noted that such an artifact would allow her to collect rare works of art and send them to her enemies, thereby teaching them an unexpected lesson. Each of these gifts can be accompanied by a letter of thanks for their loyalty and good service to the empire, which will make them think. Serena looked at him doubtfully and asked if he really thought such a move would help improve her relationship with the aristocrats. Ricardo confidently stated that the nobles strive to be recognized by the ruler, no less than they love to oppress those who are below them in status. Overall, Serena admitted that it was a good move. However, she preferred to take her time and said that she would see how they reacted to such a tactic. Whatever the case, Serena felt genuinely happy that she was marrying him. The ceremony hadn't happened yet, but that didn't matter much. The main thing was that they had taken this step, and she felt confident in her choice. The prince noted that he would not forbid the servants from discussing the wedding. Let them talk as much as they wanted. It seemed to him that such talk would only strengthen their union in the eyes of those around them. Gossip has more power than Lady Serena could have imagined. While he was looking thoughtfully at the carriage, she noted with a smile that everything was going as he had said. The power of the spirit can change many things. If he really wanted to be part of high society, then such things were a must. Ricardo sighed heavily, realizing the scale of what was happening. He had not even expected to receive such a huge number of gifts. Serena knew that her unexpected visit could cause inconvenience, so she decided to apologize. She didn't want to seem intrusive and hoped that she hadn't caused too much trouble with her appearance. However, the servant assured her that there was nothing to worry about. On the contrary, everyone was happy about her visit and did not consider it a burden. Her appearance brought more joy than problems. Ricardo spoke with irritation about being invited to a poetry reading for lovers. The very thought of it bored him. Listening to such poems seemed like a real punishment to him. Despite being a prisoner, he managed to adapt to life in the Empire's high society quite quickly. He skillfully adapted to new conditions, even if he did not like everything. Serena wondered how he was feeling there, what he was doing at that moment. At that moment, the butler interrupted her thoughts, informing her that the item he had brought was behind those doors. The butler opened the doors, and at that moment, Serena heard a man's voice. He said that he allowed himself to say such things only because the Duchess was not there and could not object. The lady could not understand what was happening, but the young man, as if knowing her thoughts, noted that from their very first meeting, everything perhaps was just part of a carefully planned game. Ricardo sipped his tea quietly, while the man continued to think out loud. He said that it was not yet clear what was more important to him, his love for her or her high status. Ricardo listened to all this in silence, and then said coldly that he had never lied to the Duchess. During the entire time of their acquaintance, he had never allowed himself to tell a single lie. Moreover, his words could be interpreted as blatant disregard for the decisions her ladyship made. After this, the guy was stunned and noticed that the Duchess rarely communicated with men. Perhaps that is why her actions surprise him so much. At that moment, Serena coughed softly, and Prince Ricardo immediately realized that someone was hiding behind the door and eavesdropping on their conversation. He was sure he had just caught her gaze, even though the doors remained closed. It seemed to him that he had seen her through the barrier. Calmly, but with a bit of curiosity, she said that she was surprised by his ability to hear her from the other side of the doors. Dragon powers were truly amazing. Ricardo turned to her, and with a slight smile confirmed that he had heard her perfectly well, despite the closed doors, as if there were no barriers between them at all. He calmly replied that there were mutual feelings between him and the Duchess. The guy looked at him carefully, trying to understand what exactly the prince wanted to say. Ricardo said that they both fell in love at first sight, and she always treated him with unimaginable kindness, and he does not understand whether he really should not have a weakness for this woman. Hearing this, the boy flushed with rage. His face turned pale, and his gaze became piercing. The woman in the room also became noticeably alarmed. Her breathing became ragged. At that moment, Serena entered the room. She approached the Duchess with a slight bow and apologized for the sudden intrusion, realizing that she was breaking the rules of decency. However, the situation required decisive action. It seemed to her that she could not do without kidnapping one of the guests. The man who had just been speaking loudly was speechless when he saw the Duchess of Artez. Serena apologized to Lady Fursha with dignity, expressing regret for interrupting such an elegant literary gathering, but circumstances forced her to intervene. However, she asked Lady Fursha to find time and visit her later at the residence, as there was something important to discuss. Lady Fursha smiled sweetly and assured him that she would be happy to accept the invitation. She was curious about the reason for this meeting. The Duchess, with a slight smile, admitted that it was indeed a worthy question. The occasion for the meeting was special: her engagement to Prince Ricardo. In honor of this joyful event, a magnificent ball will be held in her estate in a week. Many influential guests have been invited. Mrs. Fursha immediately congratulated the Duchess, expressing sincere joy for her. She would finally find family happiness. Serena thanked him for the kind words and then turned to Ricardo. She wanted to introduce him to Marina, her personal designer. She will be the one to take care of his outfit for the upcoming ball. Serena assured that everything will be done perfectly because Marina is a real masters. To be honest, she hadn't had such an inspiring model to work from since the emperor himself. It was a rare case. Serena smiled, asking if that was true. However, there was one problem with all of this, and it couldn't be ignored. There was only a week left until the ball. This news shocked even the experienced designer. Marina was shocked and could not imagine how to cope in such a short time. However, Serena insisted that she be the one to take on this matter. She confidently declared that she would select for His Majesty not just clothes, but a real masterpiece, the most exquisite and fashionable outfit in the entire empire, and right on time. Ricardo clearly had not expected this. The Duchess's confidence and determination had struck him so much that he had even been frightened for a moment. He had not been prepared for such an assertive statement. Marina, without wasting a second, began taking Ricardo's measurements. She worked so quickly and skillfully that he didn't even have time to realize what was happening. Everything happened in literally a matter of moments. Having completed her work, Marina announced that she already had all the necessary measurements and would return soon with several costume options. She was confident that she would be able to please the Duchess. When she left, Ricardo turned to Serena. He looked at her with the obvious intention of asking an important question. After a short thought, he finally decided to express his thought. Ricardo wanted to know why the Duchess suddenly decided to announce their engagement so early. This question did not leave him alone, and he decided to find out the truth from Serena herself. After all, when she first came in, she said that the celebration would take place in a week and would take place in her estate. Why has everything changed now? Serena replied that perhaps it was a bit unexpected, but she had simply received the reaction of the nobility to her gift. After that, the engagement decision came naturally. The entire aristocratic circle was shocked when they saw her gift. They clearly did not expect anything like this, and now did not know how to react to it. The gift was a stunning sculpture inlaid with real fragments of the dragon's heart. It was a priceless artifact that evoked admiration. The nobles immediately rushed to write her letters filled with gratitude, expressing their appreciation for such a generous and meaningful gesture. In their messages, they also swore eternal allegiance to the empire, considering it their duty to respond to such a noble act of Duchess Serena Artez. It seemed that the gift was truly appreciated, and Serena felt that the moment had come. She needed to act now, while the emotions were still fresh, before the very spark she had lit died out. Ricardo immediately understood her intention. At that moment, the designer entered the room as if according to a pre-planned scenario, ready to get down to business. She approached the prince and, bowing, voiced a request. Today, he must try on all the proposed outfits, because every detail of the image is important. When the fitting was over, the designer announced with a smile that they were taking absolutely all the outfits. The prince was stunned by this decision and could not even immediately react. Serena had always dreamed of doing something like this. She hadn't had the opportunity in her previous life, but now she felt like she was in the middle of her favorite story. Back in her world, she was crazy about books and movies, immersing herself in stories head-on. And now, having arrived here, she decided that she couldn't miss this chance. If she doesn't use the accumulated knowledge and techniques from the novels, then perhaps she won't have another opportune moment. You have to play by all the rules of the genre. When Ricardo had put on one of the outfits, he turned to her, waiting for her reaction. He was curious what Her Highness would say if she liked what she saw. The question was more about how he looked in this suit, because he himself already knew that he looked great. He really was amazing. The designer, observing this, noted that in her entire career, she had never met a person who looked so perfect in a suit. Of course, without her professional intervention, this effect would not have happened. It was her skill that allowed the outfit to play so elegantly. Something was missing, though. Serena paused, then turned to Marina, who had one small but important touch. She nodded and pulled out a previously prepared item. She believed that it would perfectly complement the image and become the very final chord. It was a ring. She carefully placed it on Ricardo's ring finger, and he froze in amazement, not expecting such a turn of events. He immediately recognized the stone. It was a dragon's eye. Serena noted with a smile that she couldn't give her future husband something cheap and tasteless. Ricardo felt uneasy. It seemed to him that such a gift was too valuable, and he was not sure that he had the right to accept it. Serena just chuckled. It was strange for her to hear that it was just an arranged marriage. Did it really mean that much to him? Serena suggested that if it bothered him so much, maybe he should just think of the ring as a down payment. Then it wouldn't seem like such a big deal. After her words, he thought about it and suddenly realized that this was indeed the first installment. The lady nodded in agreement, because now the situation became a little clearer. Serena decided to find out Marina's opinion and asked her what she thought. Marina immediately assured her that the ring was perfect and she would never let her down. Moreover, she was sure that Prince Ricardo would outshine everyone at the ball. The preparations took longer than planned. It was already late, so Serena invited the prince to stay with her for the night, so as not to waste energy on the way back. Ricardo did not object at all. On the contrary, he seemed pleased and said that he would be very grateful for the hospitality. However, Serena found it strange that he still seemed somewhat depressed. She wondered what was wrong and decided that perhaps he simply didn't like his new clothes. The guy just smiled and calmly replied that nothing important had happened. His words sounded so casual that it seemed like there was nothing to worry about at all. Returning to the jewelry, he noticed that the girl was probably choosing a gift for the king. In his eyes, it looked quite natural, because the choice was carefully thought out. Serena froze in complete bewilderment, not understanding why she would even think of giving Eric something. It seemed so ridiculous to her that she didn't even immediately know what to say. But then it came back to her. When Eric had first met her, he had called her a goddess. It had sounded strange then, but now it seemed like people perceived their connection to be much deeper than it actually was. It seems that from the outside, they look like they are connected by something more. Those around them, not knowing all the nuances, see in their communication not just politeness, but a hint of closeness. Although in reality, there was never anything between Serena and Eric. This is an indisputable fact, and it will definitely not change in the future. Everything that could lead to this has long since lost its meaning. Nevertheless, the prince still tried to explain something. He clearly wanted to clarify the situation, but apparently understood that he no longer had a chance to change Serena's mind. Finally, falling silent, he heard the lady confidently declare that she understood that it was troubling him, but there was no need to worry. No matter what the gossip, she was not going to break the marriage contract. Moreover, she openly admitted that she did not find Eric attractive. For her, he was just a person with whom circumstances were connected, but not feelings. As Serena was about to leave, she suddenly felt Prince Ricardo blocking her path. He firmly closed the door in front of her, not allowing her to leave the room. Leaning a little closer, he asked quietly, but insistently, if she wanted to tell him that she found him attractive. His voice was hesitant, but there was genuine interest in his words. A slight embarrassment appeared on his face, and it made Serena wary for a moment. She hadn't expected this turn of events, and his sudden emotionality even scared her a little. The lady replied with a slight smile that of course it was because he was simply an ideal in the flesh. No wonder even she had noticed him. If her gaze lingered on him for even a moment, it meant he really had something special. Perhaps it was his face that played a role. The lady raised an eyebrow and asked again if he was really implying that she was the kind of person who only looked at the outer shell and not the essence. The guy hastened to assure her that he would never dare to say such a thing. He was only glad to have the opportunity to take advantage of her generous offer. This is just great. If he suddenly needs help, he can ask for it without embarrassment. He just needs to call, and she will support him. Serena was standing next to the man and couldn't understand why he had come so close. What was he up to, and why wasn't he keeping his distance? She smiled and noted that since they were now married, there was nothing stopping them from practicing this every day, so as not to lose their dexterity. As she spoke, she deftly dodged his attacks during training. Their wrestling and fencing became a form of communication. Serena smiled and admitted that she hadn't felt such a surge of strength in a long time. Her whole body seemed to be filled with energy. Every muscle responded with vigor, and it seemed to her that she could move endlessly. Prince Ricardo, watching her enthusiasm, only grinned and said that if she liked this process so much, then she could train around the clock, no one would stop her. In the end, Serena still won the match. It was a tough fight, but she finished it, and now stood there breathing heavily, but pleased with herself. She looked down at him and grinned, noting that he really should be less dramatic and stand up already. After all, it was she who had almost crashed into the ground, not him. At that moment, she noticed that she had accidentally left a cut on his face. The guy examined the damage and assumed that it was most likely a splinter that had gotten caught in an unfortunate way, and then suggested that they continue the duel. But Serena asked him to wait a little. She didn't want to hurt him again, although she thought that if he dodged better, such situations could have been avoided. As she approached, the prince only smiled carelessly, as if the scratch did not bother him at all. She sighed heavily. Seeing that expression again was hard. Lately, it felt like everything she did was for these moments. She just hoped he wouldn't be left with a scar. At that moment, the butler approached her and respectfully informed her that His Majesty had finally responded to her invitation. The lady was surprised to hear Rick answer. She even doubted for a moment, but the butler confidently confirmed that everything was so. She was interested in what he would say, and she decided to watch anyway, not hiding her slight curiosity. Ricardo asked again if His Majesty would really come. He carefully watched the expression on the lady's face, which changed dramatically. Serena silently reread the letter, which clearly stated that Eric would not be coming. An oppressive silence hung in the air, creating a tense atmosphere. No one knew what to say. Finally, Serena calmly pointed out that it was his choice. She had sent the invitation out of politeness, and it didn't really matter to her. However, at the same time as she said these words, she burned the letter irritably, throwing out that she already knew that damn Eric would do exactly that. She ordered the butler to write down a reply for her, and Prince Ricardo watched silently, as if thinking about something. Ricardo wanted to tell her something important, mentioned that they had a day off today. The lady thought for a moment. Then she noticed that he seemed to want to return to the palace, and remembered that she needed to go there too. Prince Ricardo nodded, agreeing with the proposal, and said that then their next meeting would take place at the ball. He said this confidently, but still with a slight hint of thoughtfulness. As he turned to leave, Serena looked at him strangely. There was something elusive in her gaze, but it was definitely different from her usual expression. Her face was mysterious, and it was difficult to understand its meaning. However, at the last moment, she looked at the prince again, as if an unexpected discovery had flashed through her thoughts. At this time, already in his room, Ricardo relaxed on the sofa. He was in no hurry, allowing himself to rest a little and collect his thoughts. His fingers brushed against the scar, and memories came flooding back. He had gotten this scar for a reason. It was connected to an important part of his past. He remembered what Serena had said about how, if he had ducked, none of this would have happened. The thought made him think and replay the events of that day in his head. The prince felt embarrassed at the memory, but he couldn't help but smile. Her words had touched him, leaving behind a strange feeling. Another thing came to mind. How she called him Erica, and said that he always acted like that. So she knew about his habits and anticipated his actions. He stood up, wondering how much more time would have to pass before he could get closer to Her Highness. This thought did not give him peace. He had a pocket watch in his hands. He slowly looked up at the sunset, lost in thought, not noticing how the sky was turning warm. It was nice to know that the girl decided to deliver the invitation personally rather than entrusting it to servants. Such a gesture showed her respect and sincerity. The thought that she was going to a ball soon seemed incredible. It was a big event that could change her life, and she couldn't believe it. Serena knew that if this was really the case, she had to act quickly. The element of surprise could work in her favor, and she couldn't let that opportunity slip away. Her friend believed that even after the wedding, they would continue to be friends. Yes, Serena could divorce Ricardo, but she would never part with her friend. Lorne warned him sternly against making jokes about divorce. While she would have liked to hear it, it was not something to discuss lightly. Whatever choice Serena made, Lorne was sure of one thing: she would always support her. It didn't matter to her what happened next. In this girl, Serena saw a reflection of her friend from a past life. It reminded her of her school years full of warm memories. She remembered how her friend had once said that she would always be on her side. The words had seemed simple then, but now they had acquired a special meaning. If you think about it, they really were very similar. The same sense of humor, similar views. It seemed like they understood each other at half a word. Lorne, noticing Serena's thoughtfulness, asked her what she was thinking about. Serena quickly brushed it off, saying that it was just bad memories. Lorne had always thought Serena was a little odd, though she couldn't quite put her finger on why. At times, her thoughts and actions seemed unusual, outside the bounds of what a lady would normally do. She recalled an incident when Serena was loudly arguing with a man. The girl was clearly agitated and demandingly asked him why she was forbidden to do what others were allowed to do. Serena pressed him to find out if there was a specific law that prohibited women from taking the entrance exams to the Imperial Academy. She insisted that there had to be a specific reason, not just empty excuses. The man answered her that it was not a matter of strict law, but of tradition. It was believed that ladies of high society should develop their talents in other areas intended for them. Lorne asked, puzzled, what areas exactly he had in mind. The man, without thinking, listed the traditional activities of noble ladies: the art of conversation, exquisite tea, drinking, and the ability to choose the right crowns. It was then that Lorne first saw Serena. The girl was arguing animatedly with the same man at the time, and then noticing Lorne, she suddenly turned her attention to her, looking in surprise at the Duchess who had appeared. It turned out that it was the Duchess of Artes, the only woman in the Empire who bore this high title. The man hastened to justify himself to her, stating that an unfortunate misunderstanding had occurred. However, Serena did not lose her composure and firmly stated that according to the laws of the Empire, a woman cannot receive a ducal title, making it clear that before her was an example that disproved this rule. The man was clearly at a loss, not knowing what to say in response. His face expressed anxiety, and the Duchess only noted with a slight smile that he seemed to have nothing to say in response. She then turned to Lorne and asked her name. The girl politely replied that her name was Lorne Eanes, although she felt a little awkward under the Duchess's gaze. The man watching this was barely able to hide his bewilderment. He could not understand why Lorne addressed the Duchess so simply, since according to the rules, persons of such rank should be addressed with due respect. But the lady said it wasn't worth it. She actually liked it much better this way, returning to the conversation. She became a duchess even as a woman, so she has no reason not to allow the lady to take the exams. The man confirmed that everything was exactly as she said. The lady, hearing this, immediately ordered the servants to make sure that Ains got to the exam on time. Lorne felt a great gratitude to the Duchess. Her generosity and fairness made a strong impression, and Lorne immediately felt sympathy for her, even loved her image. After a moment's hesitation, Lorne looked at Serena and asked with a smile if she realized how amazing she looked at that moment. She wanted to hear her opinion. The question caught the lady off guard, and she was embarrassed. Not knowing what to say, Serena simply turned away. She had never thought about it or attached any importance to such things. But like Lorne said, Serena did feel different that day. It felt like she had the power to change something, and that feeling was completely new. However, despite all the hype surrounding her, Ains failed the exam. Because of this, many only laughed, thinking that the whole thing was a funny misunderstanding. After all, the entrance exams to the academy were not that easy. It is unlikely that an inexperienced self-taught person could pass them without proper preparation and the necessary knowledge. However, there were those who suggested not to judge her too harshly. After all, they said the girl would soon understand everything herself and would simply abandon this idea, having found herself a profitable match. However, in essence, nothing had changed. Serena understood this and felt awkward about what had happened. She admitted that she wanted to apologize for that situation. It all happened only because she lacked knowledge. Lorne understood this and tried to console her friend, convincing her that she should not blame herself for failure. Serena said that it wasn't so, because the only thing she lacked was the support of her loved ones. But Lorne said that she couldn't be broken because she was still studying hard. Lorne is also trying her best to support her friend. Everything that is happening reminds her of a scene from a book she recently read where the heroine found herself in a similar situation. In a world where most people fear, Serena Lorne is one of the few who accepts her without fear or prejudice. She ignores rumors and treats her with genuine kindness. She feels at ease with Serena, as if they had known each other all their lives, in the same way she once felt at ease and calm with her childhood friend Hee Young. To be honest, Serena feels the same way around Prince Ricardo. He doesn't judge her either, but rather he seems to see something more in her. She remembered his words about how, thanks to him, she would have a chance to gain understanding from his assistant. It seemed strange, but for some reason it worried her. She may already have a few guesses about why the prince has caught her interest so much. It's not just curiosity. There's something special about him. Lorne interrupted her thoughts and asked if Serena was listening, and Serena apologized guiltily and admitted that she had been thinking about Ricardo without even realizing it. Lorne immediately pouted. She believed that friendship should be more important than any prince. If this went on, she might even cause a small offense. To prevent this from happening, Serena quickly apologized to her friend, hoping that she would not be angry for long. She was surprised by the letter from Irina, but she was even more amazed that the prince personally came to deliver it. Ricardo just nodded, confirming her guess. He really thought that this letter was worth opening together. Ricardo carefully took her hand, looked into her eyes, and with a slight smile, reminded her that very soon they would become husband and wife, which meant there should no longer be any mistrust between them. Serena nodded, noting that this was certainly fine. However, she was more interested in the letter. She looked at him again and asked if it was really from Queen Rita, his adoptive mother. The prince confirmed that the letter was indeed from her. However, as Serena began to unfold it, he suddenly extended his hand, trying to stop her movement. She froze, not understanding the reason for such a reaction. Suddenly, a barely perceptible scent of roses spread through the air, gentle but somehow alarming, causing a strange premonition. Ricardo looked at her tensely and asked her to wait. He explained that the letter was laced with poison, and if she touched it now, the consequences could be fatal. Serena frowned, noting that Ricardo didn't seem too surprised by what was happening. It was as if this kind of thing had become a habit for him. The prince calmly confirmed her guess. He said that he had already had many such cases in his life. Attempts on his life were not uncommon, and over time, he had learned to expect them. Then he looked at Serena carefully and asked, why didn't she look surprised too? Didn't it bother her at all? The girl remained silent, simply looking at him. Ricardo grinned and added that, judging by her appearance, there was no need to even ask. The answer was obvious. Serena calmly replied that it was not surprising. The citizens of the defeated kingdoms constantly threatened her, but now it was more important to understand what was written in the letter. In the letter, the woman reported that news had reached them about the prince's upcoming wedding. She wrote that His Royal Majesty was absolutely delighted with this news. The hidden meaning may be the following: the idiot king will bless their union, but the nobility is strictly against it, so all hopes of taking the throne must be abandoned. Prince Ricardo managed to win the Duchess's favor charm, conquer her with his words and actions. But he must remember one thing firmly: her kingdom will remain under her power, and no one, not even he, should encroach on it. Hearing this, Serena couldn't help but exclaim loudly that this was the essence of what was happening. However, Ricardo, remaining calm, suggested that she not focus on such things, but Serena couldn't just ignore this point. Even if her actions would lead to Queen Irina's wrath, Serena was willing to take the risk. The wedding was her priority, and she would do everything to make it happen no matter what. She thought that in a wedding dress, she would feel constrained and awkward. However, when she saw her reflection, she realized that it emphasized her beauty, making her even more beautiful than she could have imagined. Money can really make a person feel happy. The maids who worked on the outfit decided that such words could be considered as praise for their skillful work, because they put their whole soul into it. They had never tried so hard before, and they were now certain that Lady Olivia would never outshine Serena at her engagement ball. Serena would be the center of attention that evening. But looking at herself, Serena wondered if it all looked too much, too luxurious, too perfect. She felt a twinge of doubt, but quickly pushed the thought away. After all, Eric said he wouldn't come, which means Olivia most likely won't show up at the ball either. And if she's not there, then there's no point in worrying about someone upstaging her. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Hearing a voice behind the door, Serena replied that, of course, he could come in. When the door opened, she saw Ricardo standing in front of her. Serena couldn't hide her surprise when she saw Ricardo. The suit emphasized his assets sat perfectly, making him even more elegant. She didn't expect that clothes could transform him so much. However, Ricardo did not let her look at him for long. He noticed with a slight smile that despite all the compliments, Serena looked incomparably better. Her beauty overshadowed everything that evening. Hearing this, Serena coquettishly agreed. She herself was pleased with her appearance today. Everything was perfectly chosen, and she felt not just good but great. Ricardo's gaze slid to the elegant jewelry box. He turned to the maid, asking her to let him help Serena put on the necklace himself. It was a gesture that had special meaning to him. Serena just smiled slyly, and slightly bowing her head, replied that if he really wanted to, he could do it. Ricardo immediately agreed with joy, stepping closer. He carefully fastened the necklace, then looked at her carefully. The precious stones perfectly emphasized her beauty. He noted with admiration that the jewelry seemed to be made for her and asked her opinion. After a short pause, Ricardo thoughtfully asked, did she really think that he could become as beautiful an adornment in her life as this necklace? Serena confidently answered that yes, because no man in the world could look better next to her than he did. For her, this was not just a compliment, but a sincere conviction. Ricardo was confused by these words, and Serena asked curiously how long he was going to continue to address her so formally. She wondered when he would get used to being addressed more warmly. He hesitated a little, but deciding to play along with her, promised to watch his speech. Already in the next sentence, he deliberately called her not a duchess, but simply lady, making it clear that he was ready to change for her sake. The man entered the ballroom and immediately noted that everything about the Duchess of Artes was impeccable. Every detail of her outfit, her posture, her manners, everything testified to her impeccable taste. It was Duke Zenith, a member of one of the most influential noble houses. As he looked around the hall, his ears caught a conversation about a mysterious carriage that had arrived at the palace. The conversation died down as everyone turned around. Lady Olivia stood in the doorway, her appearance seeming to surprise everyone. Eyes involuntarily dropped to the emblem on the carriage. For a moment, many thought that the emperor himself had arrived, but it soon became clear that he was not accompanying his bride that evening. Duke Zenith came over to greet the future empress, Lady Olivia, noted that it had been a while since they last met, and asked how things were going for him. He replied that all was well in his domain. The lands of the great empire, built by the wisdom and will of the emperor, were flourishing, as was he himself. Then Duke Zenith remembered that Lady Olivia had probably heard about the stone in the engagement ring that Duchess Artes had given to Prince Ricardo. However, their conversation was interrupted by a couple approaching them. It was Mrs. Olivia, accompanied by her fiancé, Prince Ricardo. The Duke smiled and remarked that he could not miss the celebration in honor of the engagement of a man who had made such a significant contribution to the development of their great empire. The lady remarked that she was very glad that he had accepted their invitation, and the Duke said that the scale of the event was evidence of her status. Suddenly, there was a dull sound. The glass slipped from his hands, and hitting the floor shattered into small pieces. Red wine spilled over the marble, creating ominous patterns. A woman with a menacing expression stood at the door. It was the lady. Her gaze was cold and piercing. The Duke immediately felt alarm. He did not understand what had happened, but he knew that nothing good should be expected. Meanwhile, one of the guests carefully examined the remains of wine in the broken glass. He frowned and confidently declared that the drink contained a sleeping pill. It seemed that he had often had to deal with such threats. The Duke turned sharply to his mistress, his voice shaking with horror. He was trying to figure out if she had really drunk the poisoned wine. The thought of it made his heart clench with fear. Serena calmly noted that even on such a bright day, someone had dared to enter her territory. They could have been hired killers from another country who decided to test her vigilance. Surprisingly, someone tried to poison her guests with sleeping pills. It didn't look like a serious plot, but rather like a child's prank. But even such trifles could lead to unexpected consequences. The lady handed the Duke a new glass of wine without further ado. However, he declined it with regret, bitterly noting that even after the end of the war, a quiet life had not come for them. Serena calmly reminded him that Eric had already introduced them to each other at the last imperial ball. The Duke had probably simply forgotten about it. The young man nodded, confirming her words. He added that he had an excellent memory, especially since he and the Duke had served together for a long time, which meant they knew each other very well. He looked thoughtfully at the lady and, with a slight smile, noted that she was probably surprised by what was happening. Such incidents happened too often to the prince's bride. He wanted to know if Ricardo was ready for this. The prince calmly replied that it was a very small price to pay for the opportunity to be with Lady Serena. He knew what he was getting into, and did not doubt his choice for a second. The Duke laughed awkwardly and remarked that he and Serena were simply perfect for each other. There was envy in his voice, but also genuine admiration. Serena narrowed her eyes slightly at his words. She noticed that he was more talkative than ever today. It even surprised her a little. Turning back, she noticed a familiar silhouette. It was Olivia, who had just appeared in the hall. Olivia bowed her head respectfully and apologized for her late arrival. There was genuine respect in her voice. Olivia returned Serena's greeting with a slight smile. At this point, people around her began to whisper. People were discussing the fact that the Duchess was talking to her. Their conversation clearly attracted the attention of the guests. Olivia glanced at Serena and noticed that the lady, like a frightened hare, was too cautious. Then she added that His Majesty, unfortunately, could not attend today's celebration. Looking closely, Olivia noticed rings she had never seen before. Now she knew exactly what they looked like, and a glimmer of understanding came into her eyes. At the same time, it became known that the first sword of the Empire turned out to be a traitor. In response to this, His Majesty decided to give Serena the infinite dragon eye, a relic of great value. It was hard to even imagine that this jewel could be returned to the prince. The thought of it seemed almost incredible. The guests began to whisper excitedly. Apparently the rumors were true. The rings were indeed created using a dragon's eye, a unique gem that the Kingdom of Arena had once gifted to the Empire. The Duke was shocked to the depths of his soul. He did not expect Lady Olivia to be so straightforward and to say without hesitation what everyone had only guessed. Serena tried to take the floor, turning to the lady, but Olivia seemed not to hear her. She was completely immersed in her thoughts and was in no hurry to interrupt. Now, Olivia turned her gaze to Prince Ricardo and asked curiously what it was like to not only win the heart of the Duchess, but also to return the national treasure of her country. The prince noted that he would never have said such words in such a situation. His reaction would have been completely different if he had been in that woman's place. He was sure of it. The woman gave him a disdainful look, but the boy, unabashed, said that he was now engaged to the lady. It was a big statement, and he seemed confident in his words. Therefore, it can be said with certainty that she still remains the owner of the dragon's eye. This item was still in her hands, despite the change in the situation. For the prince, this woman was the greatest honor, and he would have been ready to give everything for her, including his life. His feelings were sincere and strong, and he did not hide it. People around him began to whisper, wondering how he could say such words. All this talk only fueled the interest and bewilderment about their relationship. It seemed that the prince was truly besotted with her charms. Serena noticed that at such ceremonies, everyone usually openly expressed their feelings, but they decided not to do so. They decided to skip the traditional part of the ceremony because everyone already knew how they felt. Instead, they thanked the guests for coming to the party. At the end of the evening, they wished everyone a pleasant time. Although Olivia was clearly unhappy with what was happening, her face expressed disappointment and displeasure. At the end, Serena wished everyone a safe journey home, after which they began to say goodbye to their guests. She tried to maintain her goodwill despite the atmosphere. After the ceremony was over, they headed up to the second floor, joining the prince. This was the beginning of a new stage in their lives, and everything ahead was in the hands of fate. Serena noticed that Ricardo was laughing, and this could not help but attract her attention. She decided to find out what was going on, because his laughter was not entirely clear to her. The guy explained that he was pleased when she defended him. It seemed so important to him that he could not hide his joy at her support, even in such a difficult situation. The lady, in response, smiled slightly and noted that even the smallest things made him happy. She could not help but notice how he appreciated her small gestures of attention. Ricardo, in turn, said that he sincerely believes that he will never forget this moment and the entire ceremony. For him, it was an event that will leave a mark on his life. They decided to leave the guests and just stand there together, enjoying the view of the sunset. It was their quiet moment, filled with peace away from the hustle and bustle. At one point, Serena, clearly unable to restrain herself, slammed the table. She was furious at the way the noble house was treating her engagement, and she could not remain indifferent. She said that they had so readily accepted the dragon's heart, but still refused to approve of her relationship with Ricardo. This hurt her deeply, and her irritation was obvious. Eric, trying to calm her down, told her not to worry. In his opinion, it was nothing serious, and she shouldn't worry so much about it. Eric noted that they still hadn't given their approval for the wedding. Even though he'd been engaged for a year, he even joked that it was almost the norm in their circle. Serena smiled and noted that Eric wasn't particularly bothered by this, since he clearly wasn't looking forward to the wedding, unlike the Emperor. He just wasn't burning with desire to get married. She also couldn't help but notice that he, like many others, takes state affairs lightly. He seems to have enough time to just have fun. The Emperor, with a slight smile, said that he does not want to devote his entire life only to work. It is important for him to find a balance between his duties and personal moments. The lady was sure that he was incorrigible. She trusted Duke Zenith, but despite all her expectations, he thanked her for her trust with a knife in the back. It was a betrayal, and she felt deceived. Yes, he probably has a hard time standing up to the nobles. Arguing with them is always difficult, especially when he is essentially an emperor himself. But still, with his position, he needs to take more decisive measures. Serena said she wasn't going to take things as jokes anymore. The time had come, and she was ready to go on the offensive, to be proactive and not waste time on useless talk. Eric asked her to make such a mess so that it would be easier for him to collect everything and put it in order. He counted on her help, but she was already in the mood for more decisive action. Serena couldn't believe he was still joking in this situation. She was tired of his easygoing manner, told him she had had enough, and was leaving. It was time for real action, and her patience was at its limit. Eric also noted that Alibi had said she wanted to meet her. He tried to relay this message, thinking it might help in some way in their situation, but he himself did not understand how important it could be. Serena asked with disdain why she wanted to meet Alibi. Eric couldn't answer that question exactly, but simply said that he had to deliver this message, and that was it. She felt that it didn't make sense. Serena began to wonder what Olivia really wanted from her. She suspected that it was not that simple, and tried to figure out what exactly was hidden behind her request, what she was planning. Serena sarcastically noted that Eric seemed to have already become the future Empress's errand boy. She saw how he obeyed her, and she did not like it. Eric was now in a subordinate position. Eric said nothing, but quietly added that she should not forget that she herself had once refused this place. He reminded her that the choice had been hers, and she must remember this without losing confidence in herself. Eric said this with a smile, but she was very angry. She could not understand why he even remembered such a thing, because it was completely inappropriate in their conversation. She was outraged. The photograph of such an independent and young lady receiving a ducal title must have shocked the old aristocrats. It was a big surprise for them because she did not fit into their usual framework. However, despite the title, she still did not have the kind of power that would allow her to fulfill all her desires. She knew that she did not have the power that would provide absolute influence. Then Eric turned to her and said that in that case, she could become empress. He suggested that she become ruler, as that would give her all the power she needed to carry out her plans. The girl was scared and asked again what he was talking about. She couldn't understand how he could offer her something so serious and responsible. She wasn't ready for such conversations. Eric explained what he meant. If she were the empress, all the power would be in her hands. Then she could control the situation and not depend on other people's decisions and influences. He added that he could cover her for all the responsibilities that didn't interest her, and thus help her focus only on what was important. It sounded like an offer worth its weight in gold, but the girl asked him not to joke. She wanted to understand if he was serious. She did not know what to think, because such words were shocking to her and did not meet her expectations. She was a little flustered and hesitated, not knowing how to react. It didn't fit in her head that Eric could offer her something like that. She felt confusion creeping up on her. Now the girl answered that she was much younger and more naive. Then this sentence seemed too distant and difficult to understand. She was not ready for such questions. Eric was a little pleased with her answer, hearing her words about her being young, but also noticed that he was young then too, and didn't understand much either. Time changes people. However, Eric was upset because she again built a stone wall between them as soon as the conversation touched on such topics. He felt how their relationship became increasingly cold. It was as if she was warning him not to go further, as if she was putting an invisible barrier between herself and him. This feeling of a wall made him feel that their conversations could not be honest and open. Serena decided to find out what Lady Olivia had actually said and understand the meaning of her words. It was important for her not to remain in the dark. The gentleman, with a slight sigh, explained that Olivia had simply suggested stopping and having tea, but not alone, but with the prince. It was an important clarification that surprised Serena a little. Serena was taken aback by the message and asked doubtfully what was going on. Perhaps Olivia was trying to make up for her strange behavior at the ball, but what did it really mean? Serena, confused, tried to make sense of the situation, not knowing how to react. She couldn't figure out what could have caused such an unexpected reaction from Olivia. Olivia thanked Serena for her time and hoped that her confession would be taken seriously. She had something important to say, and she meant it. Serena continued to drink her tea in silence, lost in thought. She didn't know what to do, and her gaze was focused on the cup, which was increasingly filled with vague doubts. Unable to bear it, she asked again if she had really understood Olivia's words about confession correctly. She could not understand why she was so nervous and what was behind this unexpected confession. The prince sat nearby, listening attentively, and Olivia noticed that she was indeed right. Everything that was happening raised even more questions in her mind, and the situation became more and more tense. In the end, Olivia confessed that she wanted to share her feelings with the Duchess of Artés, speaking of her love. It was a frank and bold confession that shocked everyone. The relationship between them had never been friendly. Olivia had never shown much warmth towards her, and now she was suddenly speaking in words as if they were old friends. Serena was sure that it was just a joke, or a ridiculous joke, but inside she was growing curious. What was really behind Olivia's words? What was she trying to achieve by bringing this up now? Serena really wanted to figure it out, but she didn't yet understand what exactly her interlocutor wanted. Olivia noticed that perhaps the lady no longer remembered these details. Perhaps it had all lost its meaning to her long ago. But once in their distant youth, it had been important. When Olivia was just starting out in high society, she sincerely admired Serena. As a young debutante, she looked with respect at the one who stood out among the other girls. However, all the young ladies back then felt the same way. Serena was an example, someone to look up to. Her confidence and position made other girls look at her with awe and admiration. Of course, each of them first of all thought about a profitable marriage, because it was this that provided a woman with a place in society. But Serena always stood out. She did not limit herself to finding a worthy spouse. She ruled an entire duchy, wielding power that others did not have. She was a woman capable of changing not only her own destiny, but that of the entire nobility. That's why Olivia and others hoped that Serena would be the one to become empress. Many believed that, with her arrival, a new era would begin, that would bring the changes to the empire that everyone dreamed of. However, Serena suddenly interrupted her. She apologized for interrupting, but she couldn't help but ask the question that was bothering her. She wanted to understand why Olivia was telling her all this now. Why had she suddenly decided to remember the past and share her thoughts? What was the meaning of these revelations? The prince was sure that Serena was saying this only because they were now engaged. He believed that her words were dictated not by sincere desires, but by the obligations that betrothal imposes. If the wedding took place, Lady Serena would most likely remain in the empire, start a family, and devote herself to a new life. This path seemed logical and even expected, given her position. Olivia believed that Serena wanted not only to become a duchess, but also to establish herself in aristocratic society, making significant changes that could affect the entire empire. Watching Serena's fiancée Olivia came to the conclusion that he was far from stupid. However, this did not arouse her sympathy. On the contrary, she looked at him with obvious disdain. However, Serena was not going to live up to her expectations. She politely apologized, but made it clear that she had no intention of following someone else's plans or building her life according to someone else's demands. All this only emphasized her true attitude. Her attachment to this country was not so deep as to make her sacrifice her desires for the sake of the empire. Serena was tired. The endless killing, saving others, the constant responsibilities, all of it was wearing her down. She couldn't continue living at this pace, giving herself completely to those around her. Now she wanted to think about herself. If, before she sacrificed herself for others, now she realized that it was time to save herself, find a new goal and a quiet life. Olivia understood her feelings. Serena had been through a lot, and Olivia couldn't blame her for it. She knew the price she had paid for everything she had done. All she wanted to say was that if Serena ever changed and wanted to go back to her old ways, Olivia would be happy to accept her for whoever she became. Serena hadn't expected such words. It was really unexpected. Olivia seemed like a completely different person to her. Perhaps she had underestimated hers. Serena turned around and noticed that Ricardo's face was gloomy and focused. She was surprised by his expression and decided to ask why he suddenly became so gloomy. The prince admitted that it was unpleasant for him to see how a woman who had previously shown care and generosity now so selfishly demanded that everyone work for her, good and for the good of the empire. It left him with a bitter feeling. He knew that no one owed anything to anyone in this world, but seeing Serena in that situation was hard for him. He knew Serena had been through a lot. Like him, she was probably tired of all the chaos, the constant struggle, and the need to live up to everyone else's expectations. It was no wonder then that he took it all so seriously. When they got to Olivia's room, he was excited, perhaps more than he would like to admit. Olivia didn't try to hide the truth. She admitted that she had indeed placed many expectations on Serena, guided by her own guesses and desires. And of course, she couldn't help but notice how the imperial gemstone flashed on the foreign prince's finger. This didn't leave her indifferent, and she couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. The prince understood perfectly well what she was talking about, but it was unpleasant for him when the imperial aristocrats or anyone else tried to use Serena for their own interests without caring about her own wishes. The prince wondered if there was another way to keep the nobles under control without using force and pressure. He wanted to come up with something more subtle but still effective. Remembering the dragon's heart, he suddenly realized that this could be the key to solving his problem. This thought lit up his mind, and he decided to act. He turned to Lady Serena, suggesting that they keep Lady Olivia at a distance for now. He thought it would be wiser given the current situation. Serena listened attentively when the prince suddenly suggested playing a prank on the noble house, since it was its members who were constantly causing trouble. He wanted to teach them a lesson. However, Serena did not immediately understand what the nobility had to do with it, and looked at the prince with obvious bewilderment. She expected an explanation because his idea seemed unexpected. Seeing her reaction, he just smiled. Serena realized that the prince just needed to let off steam. Apparently this was something personal for him. Then, she asked how exactly he was going to play a prank on the nobles, because he clearly had a specific idea. She decided to listen to his plan until the end. The prince explained that before arriving in the empire, he accidentally heard a curious and even intriguing piece of gossip that seemed useful to him. It turned out that the noble house secretly ran its own casino. This establishment played an important role in the life of the aristocracy and attracted many visitors. From the outside, it looked like a normal entertainment venue where noble guests could relax, enjoy the atmosphere and gambling. However, this casino had one very interesting rule that made it stand out from other similar places. Members of the imperial family were strictly forbidden from visiting it. The doors of this establishment were closed to them under any circumstances. Serena noted that she had been there once before. She was told that the ban was introduced to avoid diplomatic conflicts and unnecessary rumors. But targeting this place was dangerous. The prince must understand that such actions could cause serious consequences. Of course, destroying the establishment that the nobles had spent so long building would be a tempting solution, but it was too risky. In this fight, you can't rely on brute force alone. If they strike first, they will receive an equally strong response, which could damage their positions. It could even have a negative impact on the approval of their marriage. However, the prince was quick to assure that he had not proposed destroying the casino by force. Serena was amazed and immediately asked what he had planned. Then, to this, the prince answered with a smile that he was planning to simply take the casino from the nobles. He spoke again about the dragon's heart, hinting that it would help bring his plan to life. He leaned over and began to whisper his plan to Serena. She sighed heavily. It seemed like it was time for her to trade in her profession as a duchess for a jewel thief. The residence of Duke Zenith was a place where Serena did not often visit, and her sudden visit could not fail to surprise the owner of the house. He was sure that she had a serious reason for such an unexpected appearance, and prepared himself for a conversation. The prince came with her, which made the situation even more intriguing. Serena, with a slight smile, expressed her surprise that her visit could seem unusual. Did you need a special reason to meet an old acquaintance? Besides, he had recently been to their ball, and receiving guests was a completely normal and natural thing. So her presence here should not raise any unnecessary questions, if not for one important detail. However, today's visit had a completely different purpose. This was not just a small talk or a friendly meeting. Serena came here to find out something important that requires an immediate answer. She was interested in one thing. Was it true that the dragon's heart which she had given to the noble house was now in the hands of the Duke? She wanted to hear the truth from his lips. The Duke noted with a slight smile that the lady, as always, was well informed. Yes, that was true. He had been asked to take care of the precious stone, and he had taken on this responsibilities. Serena was almost certain of it. She noted that she had assumed another option. After all, it would be logical to leave the artifact with the Marquis of Tortona, who officially represents the noble house. The Duke nodded, agreeing that this seemed the most correct option. However, the others were convinced that Serena would try to destroy the dragon's heart if it ended up in the Marquis's estate. Serena couldn't understand why they still saw her as a threat. It seemed they were still afraid of her influence, and also didn't want to approve of her engagement, which only confirmed their true attitude. She whispered quietly to the prince that no matter where they hid the stone, if she decided there would be no trace of it left. Her voice was confident, her words were filled with unyielding determination. The prince only chuckled at her words and reminded her that they had not come to steal the heart, but simply to find out the truth. However, Serena did not see much difference between these actions. Suddenly, a noise outside the door caught her attention. Someone was persistently pleading for something, but the words were unintelligible. Someone was clearly trying to get permission or an agreement. The voice behind the door spoke of jewels. The man claimed that, although it was not a dragon's heart, it was a pink diamond, which meant that its value was also great. He was trying to convince his interlocutor to allow the stone to be auctioned. Serena listened carefully, realizing that there was something important behind this scene. She turned to the prince and asked if he heard the same thing. Moreover, it was clearly about the pink diamond, which only increased her suspicions. Meanwhile, the Duke turned his gaze to her and asked if everything was all right with her grace, as if noticing her thoughtfulness and interest in what was happening. Serena replied that she wasn't looking at the hairs with any particular interest. She just thought they looked especially beautiful in the sunlight outside the window, like a painting come to life. The Duke remarked that if he had known of her arrival in advance, he would never have allowed anyone else to visit him at that moment. It was as if he regretted the presence of another person. Serena was surprised and asked if there was anyone else there. The Duke confirmed her guess, but added that he doubted she would be happy to see this guest. As they entered, her gaze immediately fell on the man sitting at the table with cards in his hands. He seemed completely immersed in the game and did not even notice their appearance. The man, hearing the footsteps, raised his head and asked again who had arrived. At first, he could not see the guest because of the distance and the poor lighting in the room. But as Serena came closer, he finally realized who was standing in front of him. Surprise appeared on his face. In front of him stood the Grand Duchess of Artes, whom he had not expected to hear about, much less see. It was the Marquis of Torton, the head of one of the influential noble houses. The Duke looked around and noticed that the living room had become unexpectedly cramped for everyone present. The Marquis, looking at Serena, noted that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time. He apologized for any rudeness since the meeting was unexpected. He would have gladly greeted her properly, but the years had not been kind to his body. He could no longer rise as easily as he had in the past. Serena didn't comment on his words, only noticed Prince Ricardo's strange reaction. He looked as if he was puzzled by something. At that moment, the Marquis turned to Lady Serena and uttered a mysterious phrase. "The dragon's heart is hidden in glass." His voice was serious, and his gaze was intent. But as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed that Serena suddenly went somewhere without saying a word. This surprised him quite a bit. The others were also amazed when she confidently walked up to the basket of apples, and without hesitation took one in her hand. She turned to Ricardo and calmly but firmly told him to step aside. Serena grabbed the apple and threw it hard at the glass case. There was a loud crack as the glass gave way, and the shards flew in all directions, revealing the statue hidden inside. There was an immediate uproar. The men immediately began to scream, realizing that the glass had been broken. In panic, someone shouted that the Duchess seemed to have lost her mind. Others spoke anxiously about the possibility that one of the guests might have been hurt by the flying shards. The Marquis, who owned the statue, suddenly jumped up from his seat, forgetting about his age. He peered anxiously into the broken display case, trying to see his treasure. The dragon's heart, was it still whole, or was his greatest treasure irretrievably lost? It seemed that this old man had never moved so quickly. Before Serena, watching him, smiled. She asked with feigned curiosity, was he really complaining about his health? After all, if it was so easy for him to jump up, then it would not be so difficult to stand in front of her as a sign of respect. Now, perhaps the Marquise will finally realize that he didn't greet her respectfully enough last time. Perhaps he will do it properly now. Sometime later, Serena was already sitting at the card table with Prince Ricardo. The room was oppressively silent, broken only by the rustling of cards. The prince felt the tension and awkwardness growing. Trying to somehow diffuse the situation, he carefully asked if everything was okay with Serena, because she looked thoughtful and silent. She didn't deny it. Physically, she was fine, but the events of the evening were still spinning in her head. She hadn't expected to run into old court snakes in this place, people she didn't want to deal with at all. But despite the unpleasant encounter, she was able to do what she wanted. She checked the statue. Now her work is done, and the nobility may even be forced to admit their own ignorance and apologize, albeit insincerely. She thought she could deal with their defensive magic fairly quickly. Sure, it was advanced, but not so advanced that it would be an insurmountable obstacle for her. This magic was strong, but compared to Serena's own capabilities, it was still inferior. The nobles were still very far from her level. Remembering this, Serena suddenly became thoughtful and mentioned the voice they had heard in the hallway earlier. It seemed vaguely familiar to her, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Ricardo suggested that it could be Baron Rotto. However, Serena frowned and decided to clarify, because she did not fully understand who exactly was being talked about. The prince reminded her of the young man they had met at the Countess's literary evening. At that time, this man had behaved insolently and was clearly trying to provoke a fight. Serena tensed. Yes, she remembered now. It was the same one who had challenged the prince to a fight and then been taken aback by his response. What a coincidence! She knew that even in the kingdom of Arena, pink diamonds were incredibly valuable. They were rare, extremely rare, and the fact that the Baron had such a precious stone was quite unexpected. However, she was more worried about something else now. Remembering everything that had happened, Serena realized that in essence she had destroyed the dragon's heart. If the Baron really did have such a treasure, the consequences could be serious. The prince just shrugged. He wasn't sure if Serena had read the latest gossip, but rumors said the Baron was in huge debt due to his gambling addiction. The Baron was so heavily in debt that he was forced to sell almost all of his property. Rumor had it that the only thing he had left was a pink diamond, the last piece of value that reminded him of his former wealth. The prince suspected that the Baron's appearance at the literary evening was not accidental. He assumed that he had come not for art at all, but to try to get another loan. Serena noticed a strange discrepancy. Officially, it was reported that the Baron's pink diamond had been stolen, but at the Duke of Zenith's estate, the Baron himself assured that he was going to put it up for auction. Stolen things cannot be sold, but the prince insisted that there was no theft. The baron pawned the stone in exchange for money, but later spent it, ending up in an even bigger financial hole. The lady wondered why the baron wanted to sell it quickly and secretly. She suggested that an anonymous sale would make it appear as if the stolen diamond had suddenly surfaced at auction. At that moment, the prince suddenly threw a shawl over the lady. She was surprised by such a gesture and did not immediately understand why he did it. Ricardo explained that she might be cold because her dress seemed too light. He just wanted to make her feel more comfortable, but the lady assured him that she felt fine. The only thing she lacked was a heart. However, the prince seemed to really think that even a light breeze would make her tremble. Realizing his mistake, the prince apologized. He admitted that she was certainly much stronger than he had assumed. The lady could not understand why her answer was so cold and stern. At such moments, it seemed to her that even a fake heart was better than no heart at all. Then her thoughts turned to the difference between a real heart and a fake one. Suddenly, she understood how they should act. The prince did not immediately understand her hint, so the lady explained. They needed to change their plan a little. He must convince the baron to sell the pink diamond and bring it here. Once they have the stone, they will replace it with the dragon's heart. Serena was absolutely delighted because she hadn't been here for a long time. The place looked much more impressive and grandiose than she remembered. Everything seemed updated and shiny. Nobles from all over the area, even from neighboring kingdoms, came here, and it was clear that business was thriving here. Serena was sure that the place was making huge profits. Ricardo remarked that he hadn't expected her to come here so often, to which Serena replied that she had only been here once, and not that often. She wondered how he had figured that out. Since Eric had appointed her as his assistant, she had not been invited here again. This was surprising because she was used to receiving invitations to such events. He held her hand, and she noticed that now he even dared to take her hand in his. It was not like before, when they were just acquaintances. She told him to look at himself because he didn't seem to notice how he had changed. Ricardo pointed out that they needed to get inside. The auction would be starting soon. Serena agreed with him because time was really pressing, and she thought that she needed to hurry so as not to miss an important event. They walked inside and were warmly welcomed. The first lot was a real masterpiece. Lake Rado, a magnificent landscape by a famous artist from the central region. The starting price for this piece was 5,000 gold coins, and everyone present began to watch with interest as the bids rose. Suddenly, someone offered the 1,000 coins, and everyone turned to see the Duchess. Her ambitions were obvious. She clearly intended to take an important place in the auction. The aristocrats were convinced that she would seek revenge for the years they had shunned her, and today she would seize every lot, making it clear to everyone who she was. Ricardo noticed that her aspirations were in line with her ambitions and expectations, and he was sure that she would not stop there. The next lot was a magnificent emerald necklace. 7,000 gold coins were immediately offered for it. Everyone was discussing who would buy this most valuable item. Ricardo complained that his arm was starting to hurt from constantly lifting it and asked Serena to help by raising his arm a little lower to make it easier to trade. Serena apologized and explained that she couldn't contain her energy in this situation. She was just overwhelmed. They finally reached the main lot. It was the last item in the auction, one of only 2 items of its kind on the continent, and Serena knew it was the one they were here for. The main reason for their involvement was the pink diamond, and now that she saw it, her suspicions were confirmed. This was the very jewel they had talked about so much. Many began to say that it was the heart of a dragon, but everyone knew that this diamond belonged to Baron Rato, who was famous for his collection of rarities. However, soon everyone remembered that the diamond had been stolen, and the public's reaction to its appearance was strange. The prince peered into the crowd and noticed Duke Zenith. The servant told the Duke that the gem most likely belonged to the Baron. The Duke noted that the raven had probably managed to put it up for auction with someone's help. The prince was sure that, as expected, Duke Zenith could not remain indifferent to such an important event, and his reaction betrayed his interest. Serena noted that the Duke would quickly realize that they were the ones who helped the Baron and expressed doubt as to how high the price of this unique diamond could rise. The auctioneer added that there could be doubts about the authenticity of such a rare and valuable item, which made participants even more attentive to the bidding. The continent's top appraiser is present at the auction today, and his word will be decisive in confirming that this stone is indeed a rare pink diamond. This is not just a precious stone, but a real diamond, as the expert himself, a high-level professional, stated. But the presenter noticed the man's strange look and immediately asked him about possible problems. The man was shocked. He realized that it was most likely the heart of a dragon, which put him in a very difficult position. He did not expect to face such a discovery at the auction. The host couldn't understand why the process was taking so long, so she turned to the guests, saying that the authentication of the stone seemed to be taking much longer than planned. Serena then stepped in confidently, stating that she knew exactly what was in her jewelry box, and offering to have someone explain what was going on to her. After a closer inspection, she realized that this was indeed the very same dragon heart that she had once given to one of the noble houses. Everyone present was shocked by this discovery. Serena in turn decided to figure out how this stone ended up here and what it was doing at the auction. On the third day of the auction, the lady did not expect that events would develop so quickly. She was prepared for everything, but not for such a turn of events. The lady had Baron Ratto's diamond in her hands. The prince, watching what was happening, noted that he was only following the lady's orders, and nothing more. Baron Ratto, in turn, stated that it did not matter to him whether the stone was sold or broken. The main thing was that with its help, he could take revenge on the noble house. The Baron said that some low-ranking aristocrats were treated with the same contempt, and he could not tolerate it, and therefore sought ways to take revenge. He even apologized for his behavior, explaining that the lady had not known about his intentions. Now she realized that the noble house had many more enemies than she had assumed. The prince asked if she could share her future plans with him and tell him what she was going to do with this precious stone. The siren replied that they would first make the Baron's diamond look like a dragon's heart, and then they would switch them, replacing the real stone. With her magical abilities, she will make it so that no one can distinguish the stones, and will even cast an illusion on the Duke's residence until the auction is over. And so when the next dragon heart is put up for auction, everything will begin to unfold. This event will attract the attention of everyone who follows such things. People will think that the nobles are trying to sell the precious stone that was given to her. Soon suspicion will arise, and the house will be accused of stealing the precious diamond. By the time the ram diamond ends up in the hands of Duke Zenith, the rumors will be even louder. Everyone will think that they are the ones who stole the Baron's precious stone. As a result, the noble house will be under pressure, and they will be called thieves. And all this will mean one thing: it's time for the lady to act. She will have the opportunity to prove her strength. The lady will become like a phantom thief, and that is exactly what suits her. Prince Ricardo was delighted because everything will go according to plan, as she told him before. The prince was sure that everything would be exactly as she said, and he would be able to provide it to her. Serena planned to act completely differently, hiding her steps. On the first day of the auction, the Duke and she decide to increase security. After her visit, the security methods will be improved, and this will cause a lot of problems for anyone who tries to get through. Although the increased security measures would make everyone nervous, Serena was not one to give up easily. Her goal was already clear, and she was prepared for any obstacles. She, like an experienced thief, made her way through all the lasers and reached the dragon's heart. Her movements were flawless, and she acted with amazing dexterity. Serena grabbed the gem, lifted it up, and walked out calmly. She didn't even break a sweat, despite the fact that her actions were so fast and decisive. But when she was about to return, she suddenly heard strange sounds. She became alert and realized that someone had entered the room. It was the maid who entered the room, not expecting to see anyone there. She had no idea that her actions could disrupt Serena's plans. The maid approached the statue, checked to see if the stone was in place, and sighed with relief when she saw that everything was in order. But she knew nothing about what had happened here recently. Serena was scared when she realized that the maid might have noticed something was wrong. But she managed to hide the fake by placing it in the deer's forehead, and everything remained under control. Serena was holding the real dragon heart in her hands again, but now she couldn't understand what the maid was doing in the room. At this time, her actions seemed strange. She saw the maid climbing up to the statue and taking out a stone. Serena was shocked and couldn't understand why this girl was doing all this at such a late hour. The girl stood there in complete bewilderment, watching what was happening. She could not comprehend what was happening, and was shocked by the maid's actions. Serena watched the maid from the corner, unsure of what she was going to do next. Everything that was happening seemed strange and confusing to her. Suddenly, the maid heard screams and panic. People started looking for her because she could be anywhere and every corner of the palace was under close attention. In a panic, the maid quickly put the stone in her bag. She was scared, not knowing what to do, but she felt that she needed to leave as quickly as possible. Serena realized that the girl had simply placed a fake gem in the statue, trying to cover her tracks. But why she had done it was still an open question. When the maid was asked what she was doing in the corridor on such a night, she replied that she had gotten lost and had decided to change her plans a little without giving any details. The lady wanted to know who the maid was, but her answers did not clarify the situation. Now the statue did not even have a pink diamond, only a cheap fake. Serena decided it was time to cast another illusion spell on him to control the situation. She was sure that this way she could make things work for herself. Despite the difficulties, she managed to get the dragon's heart. But that's not all. Now she had to deal with the maid, who could become a threat in the future. Now that everything was prepared, it was time to implement their ambitious plans and make them come true. Serena was ready for the next step. At the auction, she couldn't help but ask how they could put her gift up for sale. It was simply impossible because the item was too important to her and her loved ones. Prince Ricardo watched the scene with a smile. His gaze could not help but appreciate how Serena turned the situation into a real acting game, demonstrating her skill. The woman running the auction tried to calm Serena down by saying that the evaluation of the item was not yet complete and everything would be decided later. Her words were intended to calm her down. Serena then turned to the jeweler, who was responsible for the appraisal. She demanded that he, clearly and without jokes, tell her what he really saw before him. The man a little nervously admitted that the diamond actually belonged to Irina, and it was the heart of a dragon. These words caused a real shock among those present. The entire aristocracy was thrown into confusion. People began to whisper, surprised to realize that the gift from the Duchess of Artes had been put up for auction, and no one even knew about it. Suddenly, men burst into the room, shouting, and began looking for the Duchess. Everyone realized that the situation was getting out of control, and panic began among those present. The man noticing the Duchess of Artes became furious. He had ordered that no one let her in, and now it was becoming a serious problem for everyone. The servant noticed that Duke Zenith suddenly stood up and headed somewhere. Everyone noticed that he was clearly about to do something. His behavior became more decisive. Prince Ricardo also noticed that the Duke had begun to move towards the exit. He realized that he was planning something and watched him trying to figure out what would happen next. Serena thought that the Duke was probably going to check if his precious dragon heart was missing. That could be the reason for his concern. The host and the male evaluator looked at Serena and felt that she looked like an angry dragon. Her gaze was full of rage, and it was impossible to ignore. The appraiser suddenly said that he had just remembered important matters that required his immediate presence. This seemed like an excuse to leave. The auctioneer announced that the situation was heating up and the casino was about to collapse. At that point, she insisted that everyone start leaving the premises. The lady thought that these people were just cowards, and suddenly someone addressed her. She immediately felt that the situation was developing unexpectedly and required attention. She turned around to see Colton, the manager of the establishment, looking slightly agitated and clearly unsure of how to properly respond to what had happened. He offered his deepest apologies, explaining that he had been informed of the tragedy, but had not expected it to be so large-scale and serious. Serena calmly told him not to worry and to forget about it. She knew that the noble house would be held responsible for everything that happened. Duke Zenith was not too far away yet, and Serena decided to use this chance to gain approval for her marriage. It was time to act. But suddenly, she heard a familiar sound that had once attracted her attention. It was something important, and she intuitively understood that she needed to act. Serena realized it was nothing more than a heartbeat growing louder, as if something important was underground, hidden from their sight. Prince Ricardo came up behind her and quietly asked what had happened to the lady. He noticed that she looked worried and wanted to understand what was going on. Serena calmly replied that the heartbeat belonged to one person, and it sounded so loud, as if everyone around was very nervous and worried. She asked the manager to explain what was going on with this casino, because she felt like there was more going on than just randomness. The man was shaking with fear and said he had no idea what she was talking about, but the prince noticed that their reaction was clearly hiding something. Serena felt that Ricardo also felt this strange atmosphere, and confirming her suspicions, added that he did not feel it as strongly as she did. The source of this strange phenomenon was somewhere underfoot, something like a weak earthquake, but so insignificant that it would be difficult to notice. Serena confirmed her suspicions with a serious expression and added that there was definitely something in the basements that shouldn't be there. With each step, the jolts became stronger, and it made Serena's heart beat faster. The manager tried to stop her, assuring her that there was nothing there. But she wasn't going to stop. She went to the bookcase and said that that's where the strange vibrations were coming from. It was obvious to her. Serena stopped right in front of the closet, and the prince, noticing her determination, wanted to help her, realizing that the situation was becoming more and more tense. The manager insisted that if the lady continued to interfere in their affairs, they would not stand aside and would immediately take action. But this did not stop her. She didn't listen to his threats and simply smashed the cabinet to find out what was hidden inside. She was ready to go to the end, despite all the obstacles. Serena said that if they invite a few inexperienced and fragile boys who have never fought, she would be only glad. Let them be invited, she does not mind. She decided that she needed to figure out what was really going on here and find all the hidden details of this situation. That was her plan, not to miss anything important. When she moved the cabinet, she noticed that behind it was a basement with stairs leading down. This was unexpected, but intrigued her even more. The further they descended, the louder the sound coming from somewhere below became. The mysterious noises became more and more intense, and it was alarming. Even with the sound barriers they had installed, the noise was impossible to ignore. It permeated everything, giving no peace. The lady hoped that such a long and strange journey would not be in vain, and that their expectations would be justified. The hope was that all this had meaning. Ricardo said that while she was busy with the auction, he managed to eavesdrop on the nobles' conversations and learned something important that could shed light on the situation. The lady, hearing this, became interested and asked what was being discussed. Ricardo replied that he did not know the details, but those who had been to the casino more than 10 times received keys. This key opened the way to some secret place inaccessible to ordinary guests. It became clear that something important was hidden here, and it needed to be found out. That explained why he and Eric didn't know about it. Apparently, there were people who knew a lot more than they did. The prince noted that Serena seemed to sincerely believe that Her Majesty was not aware of these events. This made him doubtful, but he did not object. The lady fell silent, but then admitted that she did not rule out that someone could simply pretend and hide the truth. Perhaps everything was not at all as it seemed. The prince, curious, asked if she was sure about it. He noticed that there was something strange in the air, as if something important was hidden in this place. The lady thought for a moment and replied that she would like to see what this door concealed and what secrets it might reveal. It was too curious. When she opened the door, a huge coliseum appeared in front of her. It was unexpected and completely different from what she expected to see behind the closed door. She couldn't figure out what exactly was going on in that place and told Ricardo to take a look too. Something unusual was clearly happening there. Ricardo noticed that they even managed to create an artificial sun here using magic, and that was impressive. Magic was clearly at its best in this place. She noticed a man holding a bull and realized it was a bullfighting arena. It all seemed unimaginable in this modern world. She thought that such entertainments were long gone, that they were something from ancient times, but what she saw contradicted her expectations. But the prince suddenly told her to pay attention in that direction. He noticed something important that Serena might have missed, and she looked there carefully. He pointed his finger at something, and when Serena looked, she saw a strange sight. There in the distance was something that surprised her greatly, and she immediately felt uneasy. Prince Ricardo noticed that even in the distant past, people had more morality and humanity. He wondered how the situation had changed in their time and what had happened to the values. There was a child standing there holding a red rag in his hands. A bull was nearby, and his gaze was full of rage. Everything that was happening looked strange and dangerous, and the situation was heating up. Serena couldn't contain her anger and screamed that all these people were real psychos. Her eyes were burning with rage, and she couldn't understand how they could do this. She screamed for them to stop this madness immediately, and everyone around froze in fear. At that moment, the aristocrats felt the true horror of what was happening. Many did not understand what Duchess Artez was doing here, and could not explain why she was in this place. Everyone was perplexed because no one knew that she was here. Very few people knew that the imperial family had access to such events. People were sure that this matter was carefully hidden, and no one was supposed to know about it. The manager tried to calm the crowd, but people began to panic and quickly leave, and the bull in turn began to break loose from its chain. The tension in the air grew stronger. The bull broke the ropes and rushed towards the defenseless child, who stood with a red rag. There was chaos all around, and the situation was becoming more and more dangerous. Serena felt her anger only growing, and the noise of the crowd fueled her fury. She realized that this child was in great danger, and she had to act. She decided to jump down to save the baby. Serena didn't think twice. Her instincts and desire to help took over her, and she was ready to risk for the sake of someone else's life. Prince Ricardo was horrified to see what Lady Serena was doing. He couldn't believe his eyes, and his fear grew when he realized that she had decided to do such a thing. The bull was already very close to the child, but Serena managed to intervene. She grabbed it and at the last moment managed to repel the attack, saving the baby from terrible danger. After she saved the child, Serena asked him again if he was okay. She wanted to make sure he was safe and that he had not been hurt in that horrible moment. She asked the boy to wait, and she, holding on to the bull, tried to prevent further attacks. Her arms were strong, and she decided not to retreat to protect him. Serena had never worked with animals like this before, and this was her first experience. But despite this, she took on the task with determination, trying to gain control of the situation. She knew she had to use her powers to convey a message to the animal. This was her chance to prove to herself that she could handle such an unexpected task. Everyone who witnessed it could not believe that the bull was so docile. Everything around looked absolutely incomprehensible, and no one could explain how this was possible. Serena turned back to the child, asking if he was okay, and holding out her hand to help him up. She couldn't leave him in this state of fear. The child was in a panic, and when he saw that she was trying to help him, he suddenly started to run away. He was too afraid to understand her intentions and trust her. Serena didn't understand what was wrong with her, and when she looked at her hand, she saw that she was still holding the bull. It left her a little stunned, but she couldn't stop. Meanwhile, Ricardo managed to get to Serena and immediately asked if she was okay. He was concerned about her condition, wanting to make sure that she was okay. Serena responded that it was urgent to find a safe place for the child who was nearby. She was determined to ensure his safety first. Ricardo offered to take on this task so that she could attend to more important matters. He believed that she would have to seriously discuss the situation with the nobles. Serena agreed, but warned that the conversation would begin with a serious blow, and perhaps several. This was a moment when tough decisions could not be made. While they were talking, the child did not stop crying. Ricardo, without losing his head, came closer to him and held out a handkerchief trying to calm the baby. With a smile on his face, the prince asked if everything was okay, with the boy showing his care and attention to every detail, trying to distract the child from his fear. The boy, despite the handkerchief, continued to doubt, and looking at the prince asked what would happen to him now, what to expect from what was happening. Ricardo confidently replied that there was no need to worry now, because his safety would be ensured, and he did not need to worry. The boy said that he could not leave alone, but the prince reassured him, explaining that the lady they were with was very influential and would be able to help them. The guy didn't understand what exactly he was talking about, and clarified that that wasn't what he had in mind. Ricardo asked with interest what exactly he meant. The boy said that there were other children besides him who had been abandoned elsewhere, and they also needed to be picked up. This opened up a new problem they had not known about. Serena asked in horror what she had just heard, her face expressing shock and alarm, as the situation was becoming much more complicated than they had thought. The boy explained that many children had been brought here with him. This information only made the experience worse, because their lives were now in danger. The prince asked the boy to tell him where his friends were so that they could take action quickly. Time was of the essence, and every step mattered. The boy pointed to the cage where the other children were and said that they were there waiting to be rescued. There was concern in his eyes for the fate of the others. All the children were crying, creating a terrible sight that did not leave anyone indifferent. The picture was terrible, and everyone understood that they had to act immediately. The prince told the boy that if he passed this test, his father's debt would be cancelled, and their destinies would change for the better. The imperial family probably didn't even know about this place. Serena thought it was strange that someone could do such horrible things. It was beyond comprehension. She asked irritably where these nobles were, who were obviously hiding something. There was anxiety and anger in her voice. She couldn't understand how this was possible. In desperation, she screamed for an answer from them. Her voice filled with rage, and she warned that, if they did not tell the truth, the consequences would be dire. One of the boys seemed confused and asked who the woman was. He noticed her strength and power, making her both scary and powerful. Ricardo explained with slight sadness that this was his savior. He did not hide his respect for her, realizing how much she had done for him in this difficult moment. However, he added that she seemed to be in no hurry to reciprocate his feelings. Ricardo felt a slight disappointment, not understanding what was stopping her from revealing her feelings. These words, spoken with such sadness, made the boy curious and ask what had happened. He was genuinely interested in their relationship and motives. Ricardo, perhaps with a slight smile, replied that she had told him everything and he should forget about it. The boy did not know how to react, but he felt some hidden pain in the answer. The boy finally pointed out the direction they needed to run. He knew the way and was ready to lead them, despite all the dangers that lay ahead. Ricardo hurried after him, but suddenly realized that these children had clearly not been here for a couple of days. Their anxious eyes and behavior spoke volumes, and he felt sorry for them. He looked at the children, realizing that they were afraid, perhaps desperate. They hadn't expected anyone to come to their rescue. It was a hard realization. Ricardo remembered the moment when he himself was in the same situation, without hope of salvation, when he was just an object for experiments, and no one could help. He remembered being subjected to horrible experiments and being helpless in front of them. All he could do was endure and remain silent. That pain remained in his heart. Suddenly, the boy's question brought him out of his thoughts. He asked if everything was okay. Ricardo came back to reality and answered with a smile that he was okay. The children noticed them and curiously began to ask if the boy had really defeated the bull. Ricardo, with a slight smile, replied that he had not. He explained that it was not he who had won, but a lady of noble birth who had saved him. The children, hearing this, immediately understood that she was much stronger than they thought. Ricardo added that she would soon come to free them. He tried to give the children hope that their suffering would soon end, and they would be saved. The boy was so impressed by her strength and power that he immediately believed in her ability to help them. He knew that this woman would be their savior. Serena, holding back her surprise, asked if Duke Zenith wanted to claim that he knew nothing about the arena that was taking place, which was so important to everyone present. He would soon be the new head of the noble house, and the Duke clearly hoped that she would believe his words. It seemed that he really thought that she would take them at face value. The Duke confidently stated that he hoped she understood that from a high position, it was impossible to notice every little thing that was happening below. But his logic was debatable. He was sure that she held exactly the same opinion. However, her view of the situation was much deeper than simply not noticing. He spoke of the events that had taken place immediately after the end of the war, as if it were the key moment for their entire current conversation. He was trying to justify his actions. He noted that after the end of the war, she actually locked herself in her mansion and declared that imperial affairs no longer concerned her, saying that she no longer cared about it. Coming closer to her, the Duke added that on the way here he had learned important information. He said that the children in question had given written consent to participate in the bullfight. The gentleman noted with a grin that if that was the case, then they could not be blamed for anything, because they took part voluntarily. He also added that this fact should be taken into account. He couldn't resist hinting that if she was here because of that dragon heart, then she should also know that these children actually took part in the battle. However, the lady, unimpressed by his words, declared that she was not at all interested in this stupid stone heart. She saw no point in this undertaking. Her face showed disappointment. She was tired of all these excuses, as if everyone had to be responsible for what happened around them and take all the responsibility. All she felt was deep disappointment. She was tired of the struggle and the fact that it all went on and on. Nothing had changed. She turned and, looking at Ricardo, asked if he had found the children who meant so much to her. She was worried that they would be okay. Ricardo confidently replied that he had already found the children and they were now safe. He had done everything to ensure that they were in the right place at the right time. He looked at her and, without hiding his concern, asked if she was sure of her decision to leave everything as it was, without interfering in what was happening. The question was serious. Serena confirmed her confidence without hesitation. She was absolutely sure that destroying this place would not solve anything, but would only make the problem worse. Ricardo, not hiding his interest, asked what the lady had discussed with Duke Zenith. He hoped that she would tell him what had happened between them. His gaze was wary. Siren replied that perhaps he already knew how many people she had killed in the war. It was no secret, and everyone knew what mark she had left in those battles. She thought she could do more good by just not interfering, not doing anything, and just staying out of it. Sometimes she thought that was a smart move, but when she thought about it, she came to the conclusion that her inaction only made her a witness and indifferent observer, and further increased the suffering of those who suffered. She was at a loss. She couldn't find the right solution. She didn't know what to do, how to act to at least slightly correct everything that had been done. Sirena, unable to contain her curiosity, asked Ricardo why he was still with her. She had destroyed his country, his people. Why did he continue to stay by her side, despite everything? Ricardo calmly replied that the lady had never been a mere bystander. She had always fought, and her actions had been for the greater good, even if they had sometimes led to dire consequences. He added that she had been fighting alone for too long. She had always been alone without support, but her struggle was not in vain. Everything she did was for something important. As for him, he only wanted to be with her. His desire was simple, and that was what mattered most to him. He knew that with her, he could be whoever he wanted. He promised to be there for her until she decided how to move forward. He wasn't going to leave her alone and was ready to support her no matter what. Serena turned away and said this because the prince had managed to trick her into believing that he could be honest, even though she doubted his intentions. She noticed that for a moment, she even succumbed to the illusion that she had become a good person. But deep down, she knew that this was only a temporary weakness. Prince Ricardo was not someone to be trusted, especially after everything that had happened. It was hard to believe that he could be sincere in his words. He said she had saved the child, but Serena wasn't sure if his words reflected real gratitude or concealed something much more complex. She also took the time to listen to Lady Olivia, who came to her for help and stood up for her friend despite all the fears. She had saved Prince Ricardo before, although it was not something she would have done of her own free will. It was a forced decision. All her actions were aimed at doing a good deed, but she often had to doubt how much her actions really helped those around her. She decided to agree, but said that she still did not understand what exactly he meant when he spoke of his salvation, because his words remained confusing. Then the prince fell silent and added that, thanks to her actions, he would now be able to do what he himself always wanted, freed from his past. He also noted that he would now be able to live freely without being bound by the walls of the laboratory as before, and this seemed to be a welcome change for him. Serena replied that he should be more grateful to his intelligence, since it was his desire for knowledge that had gotten him into this situation. In any case, she insisted that all the children who were with him go to her estate. Ricardo wondered what she was going to do with them. Serena said that first and foremost, she wanted to give the kids a real party that she believed would not only be fun, but also meaningful to them. She really organized a grand celebration where the children could take whatever they wanted. Everything was prepared, especially for them, by her best cook. The boy she saved was absolutely delighted, as he had never seen such delicious food in his life, and his eyes sparkled with happiness. The lady supposed that maybe she thought so because she hadn't seen children for a long time. But this guy is so cute that she is simply shocked by his innocence and charm. However, when she noticed the lady looking at her strangely, She decided to intervene and told him to eat. The girl immediately felt awkward and scared. Because of this, the boy, feeling even more uncomfortable, became scared and said that he really didn't need anything. He tried to avoid unnecessary attention, not wanting to embarrass everyone. The lady could not understand what was strange about this boy. She was confused, not understanding what all this excessive politeness and refusal to eat was about. The boy explained that he was afraid of dirtying the table, which turned out to be a girl. She admitted that she did not have money to compensate for the damage and felt awkward. All the other children agreed to stay in her estate, but the girl still insisted on her decision. She could not understand why she should stay here. It seemed that it would not be possible to persuade her with food. It would be necessary to speak directly, having resolved this issue. The lady understood that it was necessary to find another way to change her mind. She remarked that she had heard that her younger brother Connie was sick. This struck a chord with the girl, and she realized that this was why she needed the money for her treatment. When the girl heard about this, her eyes sparkled and said that it was true. Her family needed help, and she was very grateful to Serena for her support. The girl knew that Serena had given the family the amount that was supposed to be her reward for fighting the bull. However, she was still grateful, despite her difficult situation. But since the problem was solved, she now decided that she would like to return home, since there was nothing else keeping her here, and the decision was difficult to make. The lady replied that she thought it was quite impossible. She looked at the girl with firmness in her voice, deciding that she would not let her go so easily. All this was an order, and after these words, the lady looked at the girl with a menacing look. She left her no choice, firmly deciding that she would stay. Apparently, the girl still thought that her previous owners, who sold her to pay for the treatment of their second child, would welcome her with open arms. Because of this, the girl could not hold back her emotions and burst into tears. The lady, watching this, extended her hand to her and asked why she did not stay here. She suggested to the girl that she might consider this a favor that she would have to pay for later. It was an offer that should not be rejected. The girl asked doubtfully if she could think about this proposal. The lady answered with a smile that of course she needed time to make a decision. The girl stole 2 cookies from the table, trying to do it unnoticed. All because she was very embarrassed to eat in front of others, afraid of looking impolite. Despite her shyness, she still tried the cake and was simply delighted with its taste. It was a moment that made her forget about her worries. The cake was so delicious that she couldn't believe she had ever eaten anything so wonderful. It was absolutely extraordinary. She was delighted because she had never tasted anything like it in her life. The taste was so wonderful that she could not even hide her admiration. The lady replied that she expects only one thing from her: to help in the future a child like she is now. This is her main request, and she hopes that it will be fulfilled. Until the girl grows up, she will be able to think about it in peace in the mistress's estate, in a comfortable environment. There, she will have time to think and perhaps understand what she really wants. The girl was with a man, but she sincerely felt gratitude to the lady for her kindness and care. There were many emotions in her heart, but gratitude came first. Ricardo said she was fighting for a good cause, but in reality, she was searching for a piece of humanity in her heartless body, trying to find her soul and the meaning of life in this cruel world. However, if her actions truly help others achieve a brighter future, she will continue to walk this path despite her struggles. She believes that her sacrifices are not in vain. She thinks that maybe this way is not the best way to live, but maybe it is the only way for her until she becomes a normal person who is able to live differently. At least until she finds her inner world and becomes a human being, not just a creature trying to survive in this cruel world. The siren turned everything upside down, stunning everyone. Not only the casino, but also the arena became the center of attention. It was an unexpected turn that no one expected, but everyone was talking about. The Duke confirmed that the gentleman had asked how she had learned of them, and why now it was important information that required careful analysis, and everyone began to think about the possible consequences. Eric noted that they had managed to keep her in the dark all this time. However, now, it seemed that the situation was changing, and the uncertainties were beginning to clear up. Everything was becoming more complicated than it seemed. The Duke noted that Prince Ricardo seemed to already know about the bull ring. This revelation raised many questions about his role in the proceedings and what he was really hiding. The Duchess was aware of the incident with the dragon's heart, which also attracted attention. This incident was an important event that could not go unnoticed and had to have consequences. Immediately after the incident, she suddenly learned about the arena. This fact made everyone wonder if she was somehow connected to this event, and her actions may have ulterior motives. Eric thought about the situation. He thought that there was not enough information to draw conclusions, but some things were still alarming. More time was needed to understand what was really going on. He said they should continue to follow her. This decision was made to find out more, as everything seemed confusing, and each new move could reveal new important details. The Duke also asked if he could find out what they should do about their marriage. This was an important question, because much depended on how they would act in the future, given all the new circumstances. Eric noted that in the current situation, all they could do was calm her anger by approving of Ricardo's actions. It wasn't an ideal solution, but it seemed the most reasonable under the circumstances. The Duke apologized to His Majesty. It was a gesture of respect and recognition, because the situation required formality, even if not everyone was happy with what was happening. Eric noticed that his opinion didn't matter that much. Here everything was dragging on longer than he expected. Even without the incident with Irina, he would have had to approve their marriage around this time. However, in this situation, he still sees some difficulties that he does not like, although these are not such big problems. A few months ago, a banquet was held in honor of Prince Ricardo's arrival. It was an important moment when everyone was waiting for his appearance, with special interest. The ladies were said to be discussing with the prince whether he would be willing to be the Duchess's partner for the first dance. This became the talk of the market and aroused everyone's interest. Prince Ricardo then said that the Duchess had done him an honor, and of course it created a furore. Everyone was delighted with how it all turned out. Prince of Irina. He recently went out onto the balcony with Serena, and this event left no one indifferent. Eric had been closely watching what was happening all this time, but he could not understand why the prince had returned alone and where Serena was now. Eric would have been glad to know what they had been talking about. Ricardo looked very smug, and that made him wary. After all, Ricardo was only the prince of a ruined kingdom, and his behavior did not seem justified to him. The prince approached the Majesty and greeted him politely, which also did not go unnoticed. Eric noted that this was another moment that deserved attention. Eric thought that perhaps he was the only one who had the honor of dancing with a sword, although of course that wasn't quite true. Still, it was an important opportunity. Moments like these were rare, and he should have cherished this opportunity. It was a chance that didn't come twice, and he couldn't miss it. The prince, despite all the persuasion, said he was grateful for the opportunity, but would also like to make his own comments that could change the situation. From this point on, Eric would face a much greater honor than he had expected. Everything would only become more difficult and important. Here is an expanded version of the text, keeping the structure and plot, but adding details. Eric was a little surprised and thought about it. Maybe he was really right, and what he said made sense. He himself did not expect that everything would turn out the way he said. But as he got closer, Eric said that time would tell how long he could maintain his confidence. It all depended on how things would develop in the future. Eric couldn't believe he had underestimated this prince so much. He had expected him not to last long, but he was clearly wrong, and it came as a real surprise to him. He had not expected their union to be so strong and long-lasting. Everything had been developing for much longer than he could have imagined, and this puzzled him. Olivia called Ricardo and said with a smile that they should see how the noble house not only approved of their marriage, but also promised to return the dragon's heart. They sat on the picnic, enjoying the moment. Ricardo, looking up, noted that this was great news, and it really inspired them to continue the fight. Now that they had that sorted out, he suggested that it was time to start looking for her heart. After all, it was an important step that needed to be completed in order to move on. But Ricardo reminded them that they had to have a wedding first, and the lady immediately realized that she had completely forgotten about it. Indeed, the wedding was the next important step. He added that perhaps she should rest a little today. She had spent too much time with the children since returning from the arena, and she needed rest. The lady couldn't help but agree. She had indeed spent all this time with the children, trying to understand their questions and give them support when she returned from the arena. She said that she was actually trying to convince a very straightforward child of an important decision. The prince remarked that she made the child very happy, but Serena quietly added that her patience with the children had already reached its limit. She was not as attached to them as many might think. She was going to find a separate place for the children and someone to look after them. This would allow her to rest a little and not worry about what was going on around her. She was sure that at least one of these children would one day repay her in kind. They might not realize it now, but it would all come back one day. Then she asked Ricardo what he thought about it. It was interesting to know how he perceived her decisions and what he thought about her plans. Ricardo replied with a smile that perhaps he himself had come here to repay her. That could have been what prompted him to come and talk to her. The lady was surprised. She looked at him and asked what he was talking about. Such a statement seemed strange, and she found it difficult to understand his point of view. Ricardo replied with a slight grin that it all seemed like nonsense to him. He hadn't expected her to take his words that way, but his gaze remained serious. The lady immediately said that this was complete nonsense. There was no hint of sincerity in his eyes, and she realized that he himself did not believe what he was saying. For a moment, she even thought that Ricardo might be in love with her. This moment was strange and a little confusing, but she still decided not to pay attention to it. The prince, returning to his thoughts, reflected that she really was sometimes too perceptive. She could see much more than he wanted to reveal. Then the lady, noticing his expression, said that she felt his heartbeat. She asked if he heard it too, because her intuition told her that something was wrong. Serena tried not to think about the possibility that there might be a bullfighting arena hidden in the cellars of her estate. It was something she didn't want to consider, despite its possible reality. The boy couldn't understand why his heart was beating so hard, but he didn't answer that question. He felt a strange uneasiness, unable to understand the reasons for what was happening inside him. At this time, his attention was drawn to the lady who, smiling, said that it was his heart that was beating so strongly. She noticed this and understood that something was bothering him even without words. He suddenly said that he needed to return to the imperial court, believing that the time had come. However, his words sounded a little tense, as if he himself was unsure of his actions. Lorne, not immediately understanding what was happening, decided to ask Ricardo why he was in such a hurry. The prince explained that it would be inappropriate for him to stay in her residence for so long. It would be bad form. But Serena didn't understand it. She didn't understand his motivation and grabbed his hand, trying to figure out what was really behind his words and actions. She looked at him in surprise and asked what he meant by being in such a hurry to leave. Her face was perplexed, and she did not know how to interpret his behavior correctly. They had received approval for their marriage, and Serena couldn't understand why Ricardo couldn't stay here in her house. Everything was already decided, and there were no obstacles to it. The prince was very embarrassed by this unexpected question. He felt his face turn red, and he did not know how to react to such a direct request that took him by surprise. Serena, in turn, told him to just stay by her side. She saw no reason for him to continue leaving, and her words were filled with a sincere desire to be with him. He was already staying in the guest room, and she was sure he shouldn't worry so much. She thought it was just a formality and he could stay longer. He remained silent and decided not to go into the matter further, although after a while he did admit that he didn't want to stay here. His words sounded with slight desperation, and he didn't know how to explain it. Serena was surprised by his confession, but she understood that it was really up to him. She wasn't going to force him to do anything against his will, and she respected his feelings in this situation. She continued to say something, but Ricardo interrupted her. He said that she had misunderstood him. He didn't just not want to stay for a while. He needed something more. It was much more serious than he explained. The prince wanted to stay here for a long time, and it was important to him, but he could not find the words to express his feelings correctly. Serena, hearing his words, could not contain her emotions. She began to loudly protest, rolling on the floor, trying to comprehend what had happened and her own feelings at that moment. Ricardo couldn't understand why the lady was laughing. She explained that if he had seen his face, he would have understood that she was just teasing him a little. He didn't understand how she could laugh at such a reaction. The guy was upset because it seemed to him that she was just playing a joke on him, but in fact it was funny. He would have happily stayed by her side. He would have felt much calmer if he could spend more time with her and share his thoughts. But everything was a little different. She told him to stop worrying, to relax and lie down next to her. The air already smelled of autumn, which gave everything a little tenderness. They met in the spring, and since then, time has passed so quickly that they did not even have time to notice how quickly it was leaving behind only memories. Ricardo noticed that she seemed to want to rest her head on his hand. The lady only smiled and confirmed her wish, saying that it was no problem. Ricardo said that, of course, he wouldn't mind. And if anything, he would wake her up at the right moment, so that she wouldn't sleep too long. His hand was firm, and she fell asleep peacefully on it. She couldn't even remember the last time she could allow herself such carelessness. Ricardo watched her with interest. He liked her calm and relaxed manner, but it made him a little uneasy because he didn't want to disturb her. She remembered the moment when she lay on her friend's lap. It was a long time ago, and she remembered how cozy it had been, despite the circumstances. She was on a bench then, and when she got up, everything seemed a little strange, but pleasant. She recalled it with a smile and slight excitement. The friend noted that she had a wonderful nap. She wondered when she would wake up, because the lunch break was coming to an end, and there was very little time left. The lady said that her legs were like a pillow. With interest, she asked what lesson they had next, hoping for something interesting and not too difficult. The friend replied that the next lesson was math, and as always, the old man would be teaching. She even noted that the same reaction would be for this lesson. She laughed, assuring him that she would not fall asleep now since she had slept through the entire break. She felt cheerful and ready for the next lesson. Although after eating the pork cutlet, she felt a little nauseous, and she thought that maybe it wouldn't be so easy to concentrate this time. Then the guy noticed the chairman's niece, and immediately felt that this could be an important moment. Hye-yeon was untouchable. She broke the rules so often that even the teachers didn't dare mess with her, considering her completely untouchable for punishment. Serena's friend overheard a conversation where someone was discussing how often she spent time with Hee-young. She said that under her influence, she began to constantly talk and do nothing. The friend came closer to Serena and hugged her. She reminded her that they needed to hurry if they didn't want to be late. Time was running out, and they needed to act quickly. Everyone in the class watched Serena as she dozed off. They laughed and whispered, making her the butt of ridicule. It wasn't pleasant, but nothing could be changed. Hee-yeon knew perfectly well that falling asleep in class was too much for her. She always knew that such actions would have consequences, but she still continued to break the rules. At this point, Serena felt calm as she watched her friend. However, her calm was broken when the teacher approached her and turned his attention to her. The teacher didn't linger. He walked past and approached the main character sternly, telling her to wake up immediately and not to act as if this was her home. Serena felt a strong fear when she saw the teacher, and she hastened to assure him that she was no longer asleep. But there was hesitation in her voice, as if she was not entirely sure of her words. The gentleman noted with displeasure that she was probably preparing to enter college, but she was clearly mistaken if she thought that sleeping in class could help her in that direction. The girl continued to apologize to the teacher, and her friend Lorne supported her, discussing her constant problems with her attention in class and her poor performance. Many of their classmates knew that Serena worked as a courier at night to make ends meet. It was a heavy burden, but there was no choice. It was said that after her parents died, her uncle took everything they left behind, and now Serena lived in poverty, trying to survive in this cruel world without any support. The teacher sternly told everyone to shut up and mind their own business. He wasn't going to waste time on idle talk, so he continued the lesson without anyone interrupting. He also addressed Hee-young, noting that she too should pay attention to her actions and behave more respectfully towards others. Serena's situation was no excuse for inaction, and she had to pull herself together. The teacher urged her to start taking her studies seriously. The teacher continued to complain about how often the children without parents were distracted in class. He believed that this was a serious problem in their behavior. He couldn't understand why everyone was silent and turned a blind eye to her behavior. It was truly unacceptable, but no one dared to express their opinion openly. Serena couldn't understand why her friend was being talked about so cruelly. She felt like something unfair was being said behind her back, and she wanted support. Suddenly, she heard Lorne standing up for her, saying that her orphanhood and difficult situation did not give her a chance for a better future. It was not her fault that she was like this. Serena, thinking about this, decided to turn to her classmates. She could not understand why they were silent, and it seemed to her that they knew more about her family than she did. She noticed that her classmates did not respond to her words, as if they had not listened to her at all. This increased her feeling of loneliness and misunderstanding. But then she saw one of her friends, Lorne, start to smile. It was a different, more friendly smile that made her feel at least a little comforted. Serena smiled, although at the moment she didn't really care. She just accepted the situation and didn't think that all this would affect her mood. But often the thought came to her mind how great it would be to live like Young, her best friend, and be as kind and caring as she was. Her dream was to be born into wealth, so she could help others just like he. Young helped her by changing her life, giving her care and attention when she needed it. However, everything changed on that tragic day when the accident happened and Serena was reborn. She was never able to save her friend, which tormented her. She always thought that if she had a chance to find another friend as wonderful as Young, she would be truly happy. At that moment, Serena wondered if there was anyone here who could be her friend, because she felt lonely and in need of support. She watched Ricardo closely as he slept and couldn't understand how he managed to fall asleep. He had promised to wake her up, but it seemed he had forgotten about it. She couldn't understand how Ricardo could even doze off, because she clearly remembered that he promised that he wouldn't let her fall asleep until they talked. Serena approached Ricardo and asked if they would still be together even after she got her heart back. She didn't know what that meant to him. She wondered why they couldn't just be friends if they already spent a lot of time together and had a lot in common. She was a little taken aback when she learned that Ricardo was returning to the palace. This meant that their conversation was probably on hold. Ricardo, however, pointed out that he shouldn't disturb the lady. Everything concerning the engagement had already been decided, and they had finally received approval for their relationship. He thought she should take a few days off, but Serena just laughed. She knew his words were hiding something more he didn't want to talk about. To be honest, Ricardo was worried that if she was around, she would figure out his true feelings. He wasn't ready to open up to her completely. A few minutes ago, he heard her say that if her heart was found, she would like to be friends. That word friends shocked him. Ricardo was horrified to hear this. He had not expected her to speak so seriously about friendship, and even more so, he did not know how to react to it. She kept insisting that all this would happen later, when he was asleep, and couldn't hear her. But in reality, it was important to her to have a friend like him. It was a real shock for Ricardo. He knew that she was always happy if he stayed. But at this moment, everything was not as it seemed. She said goodbye to him, seeing how upset he was. And at that moment, the butler approached her, showing no signs of concern. Serena was surprised when the butler informed her that His Majesty the Emperor wished to speak with her personally, although she did not expect this. The lady was puzzled and could not understand why the Emperor was calling her, and the prince, hearing this, thought about the reasons for such a call. She simply agreed, deciding that she needed to prepare for a visit to the palace that clearly could not have been planned without a special reason. She quickly packed her things, but in her heart she was not entirely satisfied with the upcoming meeting, feeling a slight anxiety. Serena had already arrived at the palace and was starting to lose patience, not knowing how much longer she would have to wait since she had been invited. After some time, the Duke came up to her and said that His Majesty was already waiting for her, which made her feel a little awkward. The lady replied with a smile that it was wonderful, but her eyes involuntarily rolled back in slight irritation. Erica, noticing her arrival, greeted her happily, feeling relieved that she had finally come. Serena asked him why she needed to meet such an interesting person, as the Emperor not hiding her curiosity. Eric pointed out that she probably had a lot more to do, and she agreed with his word, because it was indeed true. So much had happened in the last few days. Wedding preparations, the casino incident, and many other matters that required her attention. If the aristocrats hadn't committed the crime, she would have wanted to sort out the situation and find out the truth from Eric. She hoped that Eric was also unaware of what was going on at the casino, which made her feel a little more confident. She mentioned the casino, hoping that it would somehow clarify the situation that was increasingly troubling her. Eric just smiled and remained silent, as if not wanting to delve into the topic, explaining that he was the emperor and knew much more. He said that he had ears and eyes everywhere and often had to keep abreast of the most varied events in the empire. Serena asked seriously why he didn't intervene if he knew what was happening and why he didn't stop the incident at the casino. In response, Eric explained that the place was frequented by members of the aristocracy from different nations, and no one could say for sure who was involved. He noted that no one knew who might be involved, since everything took place within the framework of an informal meeting without any obvious violations. Moreover, all the victims had signed consent forms to participate and would have had a hard time in court, adding to the complexity of the process. So he decided that if the aristocrats could pay large compensations, it would be better than taking them to court. Serena noticed that Eric didn't mention children at all, which surprised her a little, since it was an important issue for her. Eric was surprised by her disappointment, not expecting that this moment would be so important for the lady. Serena replied that it was indeed so, and turned around to ask if he had really invited her just for this reason. She decided that they had nothing more to discuss, and as she started to walk away, she felt Eric try to stop her. Eric grabbed her hand and said that he didn't agree with her decision, not wanting her to leave. Serena heard from Eric that he must have gone crazy. He started saying something strange about her future husband, Prince Ricardo, which could not help but alarm her. Eric stated that the prince already knew about the event in the arena and deliberately brought her there. Serena was shocked, as it was the first time she heard about it, not knowing what to think. She couldn't believe his words, remembering Ricardo's face, which seemed innocent and kind. But now everything looked completely different, and she felt anxious. Eric admitted that he hadn't bothered her before, because he thought she would soon tire of the sly man she had around. He thought she would quickly lose interest. However, now that she was clearly not tired, he had to change his tactics and be more persistent. Things were not going as he expected. Serena was in complete shock. She asked again if she was right about what Eric had just said. These words seemed completely absurd and out of place to her. Eric added that he was not asking her to love him, but at least hoped that she would appreciate his actions as a prince. He wanted her to acknowledge his efforts, but Serena brushed it off, saying she didn't understand what she had ever seen in him. She had never considered him worthy of attention like Ricardo. She admitted that a few months ago she hadn't even thought of him as someone she could be, with Ricardo was much more important to her. And she knew for sure that if she ever fell in love, it would not be with Eric. He was not someone she wanted to be in a relationship with. His feelings did not resonate in her heart. After that, she hurried out. Serena had no intention of staying here at all, as she had come for other reasons, and this conversation did not interest her at all. She looked up and saw Ricardo standing in front of her. Her heart skipped a beat, and her face became a little embarrassed. She hadn't expected to meet him here. She felt her head spin. It was clear that the prince had come with some important message or news, but something in his behavior made her wary. Ricardo, noticing her surprise, said that he had arrived at the imperial palace, and that the first thing she should have done was look for His Majesty, not her fiancé. He didn't understand her strange behavior. Like any government, the state has its own strict rules, and he expected her to follow them. The prince assumed that she, being in the imperial palace, would surely know about these rules, like everyone else. He believed that she should have been informed. He also asked her how long ago she had been observing these strict rules of etiquette. His questions seemed strange and unexpected to her. He was too serious. Serena couldn't understand what was happening to him. Why was he pressuring her so much? Ricardo was silent. His eyes were full of thoughts, and she felt uncomfortable. In his silence, she remembered his words about how he shouldn't fall in love with her because it would be a burden to her. It was like a reminder of something important. Serena had told him not to fall in love with her, but now she realized that he was unable to hide his feelings. He couldn't tell her how he really felt, and that was the moment when he admitted that he wanted her to look only at him. But of course he couldn't say it directly, hiding his vulnerability. He said he didn't know himself, he was just very confused. There had been a lot going on today, and he couldn't figure out what was going on. He didn't know what to do, so he just kept quiet. Serena remained silent in response, and thought back to her conversation with Eric. He asked her if she really knew that he had known about what was happening in the arena in advance, and had purposefully brought her there. She didn't understand why he didn't tell her the truth. Did he have some explanation for his actions? He had to explain himself. What was the reason for hiding it from her? She continued to look at him, not knowing what to say. Finally, she asked him how he even knew she was here in this place. It was strange and unexpected. The boy replied that he had accidentally met the Duke in the corridor and that he had told him about it. He added that he felt that Ricardo wanted to make him jealous because he was her fiancé. Ricardo cleared his throat and then said that since his conversation with Her Majesty was over, he assumed she was going to return home. He was prepared to let her go if that was what she wanted. But Serena replied that it wasn't so. She wasn't going to leave right now. His reaction surprised her a little, and she decided to tell him straight out that her plans were completely different. Ricardo was surprised and asked again if this was really so. He did not expect such a turn of events and thought that perhaps she was hiding something. This was strange to him. Serena explained that she had to stop somewhere to run some business. She couldn't leave right away. It wasn't as simple as he might think. She had her reasons for this. She came to Olivia, who did not hide her surprise. Olivia noted that Serena's visit was completely unexpected, and it could well be called a surprise for everyone. Serena said she had something to discuss with Lady Olivia, and it was really important. She knew her visit might be unexpected, but it was necessary. Olivia thought about it, trying to imagine what this could be about. Her mind was full of questions. The ambiguity of the situation bothered her, and she could not understand what was hidden behind this visit. Serena said her decision was still the same. She had no intention of changing her plans despite everything that was happening. Her goal was clear, and she was ready to move forward. Olivia was a little upset and expressed her regret. She said she was very sorry that everything turned out this way, but she understood that Serena followed her convictions and could not blame her. Olivia was touched that Serena had still left her kitten to meet her. It hadn't been an easy decision, and Olivia appreciated her efforts. That said a lot. Serena wasn't quite sure what kind of kitten they were talking about, but she answered with a smile anyway. She said that it actually looked more like a fox than a normal kitten. She remembered what her pet looked like. His character and appearance were strange, and now that she thought about it, she could almost see him waiting for her to return to her chambers. Serena noted that in any case, she had probably heard rumors about children fighting in the bullring. These conversations could not leave her indifferent. She expressed a desire to discuss this particular topic because it was what concerned her most. These children seemed to be the key to some important issues that she wanted to raise. Olivia, listening to her, noted that she thought Serena had stated earlier that she was only interested in her own life. She had not expected that she would suddenly think about the fate of the children. Olivia thought that perhaps Serena was trying to pretend, like many aristocrats, that such problems did not concern her. However, her words sounded sincere, and she wondered about the reasons for this. Serena admitted that perhaps she was once truly indifferent to such issues, but now everything has changed, and these children are in her residence, which requires her attention. She could have solved the problem herself, but she knew that wouldn't guarantee that other children wouldn't end up in the same situation in the future. She wanted more than just a temporary solution. Olivia remained silent, listening to her words. She couldn't understand why Serena was so sure that she needed to deal with this issue and not leave it to others. She asked if Serena really wanted to share the responsibility and do this with her. Olivia wasn't sure she was ready to take on that kind of commitment. However, she could not understand why the Duchess was reluctant to seek help from others, especially from Ricardo or the Emperor, to find a solution to this problem. Olivia believed that Her Majesty the Emperor could offer some solution, and even Prince Ricardo, despite his position, could help in such a matter. Serena just smiled and replied that unfortunately, Eric wasn't interested in helping her. She realized that she needed to do things differently than just expecting others to help her. She added that Prince Ricardo, although an important figure, would not be able to offer a solution. She reminded Olivia that the life of the state should concern her more than personal problems. Serena stressed that there must be an interest in the fate of the state and its future. She is sure that Olivia should think about this more seriously than about two men. She spoke about how the Empress could have much more influence in high society than anyone else, and this opened up great opportunities for her. That is why she asked Olivia for help, because she considered her the only one who could influence the situation and change it for the better. The ladies discussed the invitations they had received. It was a big deal, and each of them knew that such opportunities were rare. They talked about how it was almost impossible to get into high society without such meetings, and these invitations could be decisive for their future. The lady noted that she was lucky enough to attend the previous meeting, and this gave her a huge experience and new perspectives for further communication in secular society. And at that moment, Serena realized that no one was better suited to the role of Empress than Lady Olivia. All her qualities, charisma, and determination were ideal for this position. At one of the meetings, Olivia confidently stated that the imperial family and the nobles, despite the scandals, could turn a blind eye to the exploitation of children in the arena for higher purposes. Everyone present was shocked, because her speech sounded so convincing and beautiful that no one could doubt the correctness of her words. She spoke with real inspiration. Olivia also organized a charity auction for children who were victims of this horrible phenomenon. This only reinforced her image as a wonderful woman with a big heart. Everyone believed that her act would truly change the future. Even her possible childhood was not an obstacle because she wanted to help these children, and this inspired many. Soon the public reaction began to gain momentum, and people began to support her. She was confident that the choice she had made was the right one, and everything would work out as it should. But Olivia noticed that her support was not only sincere, but also strategic. She used the moment to step up, strengthening her position. Serena had previously stated that she was not interested in the politics of this empire, considering it too complicated and cruel. But now she has begun to change her mind, realizing the reality of what is happening. It seemed that Serena had joined Olivia in her fight for reform, after all. Together, they could change the empires for the better, and this was becoming increasingly clear. Serena knew there was some truth to her words. Even if she doubted it, it didn't matter. Now Olivia was determined to change everything. She hoped that Olivia would become empress, and with that, she would teach a lesson to all those who exploited the empire's weaknesses for their own ends. It would be a great moment. Olivia noticed that her plans were beginning to unravel. Her companion and ally understood what she was really after, but she still remained reserved in her statements. However, Olivia replied that in the end, her success was that she became the first woman to judge under the ducal title, and she was proud of it despite all the difficulties. There were rumors in the city about the bad relations between them, which created some confusion. People did not expect that they could be so openly close without hiding. Many thought that no one would think that they could walk so calmly together. In the eyes of the public, it seemed impossible, but in reality, everything was different. Serena was happy to see the apples and wondered how much they cost. Olivia noticed that she was not only buying them, but also trying to negotiate the price by offering 5 coins instead of 3. The seller laughed and said that the prices at the market had now risen so much that Serena didn't even realize how much they had changed, and her offer was naive, but still funny. When Serena finally bought an apple, Olivia approached her and remarked that she was quite an unusual person. She said all this with a slight reproach and curiosity. Serena thought Olivia was saying that because she didn't understand how she could haggle with street vendors as a duchess, that she thought was really weird. Olivia also noted that sometimes she wonders how Serena can walk down the street so calmly, as if she were just an ordinary person, not noticing her status, especially when she walks on paths where no one has walked before. It all seemed strange to everyone who knew her. Olivia thought it was because Serena was constantly faced with this situation and perceived it as normal, unlike other people. Serena, slightly embarrassed by her words, turned away, not expecting anyone to notice her behavior like that. She never thought about it. She didn't think that her actions could be so unusual, because for her it was just a part of everyday life, especially surrounded by people like Lorne. The thought occurred to her that to the locals her daily life might seem completely unusual and alien. Olivia often felt that her life was much more difficult than Serena's. Her war was more difficult, and she faced problems that were foreign to the Duchess. Serena decided to talk to Olivia about the deer statue she had given to the noble house. It was an important point that interested her, and she wanted to discuss it. She also mentioned that the idea of replacing a cheap ruby with a diamond was brilliant. Olivia taught her new tricks that turned out to be useful in her business. But Olivia didn't quite understand what exactly her friend was talking about since she didn't know all the details of what was happening. This puzzled her a little. Serena explained that she had been trying to find out who exactly had sent the spies to switch the stone, but things weren't moving as quickly as she expected. One of the things that led her to the solution was an early trip to her mansion, where she met a familiar face that helped solve the mystery. However, thanks to her persistence, she was able to find out who was behind this incident. This was important for her further actions. Serena asked Olivia what she was going to do with this information, but she believed that her friend already had a plan to resolve all issues. However, Serena said that the situation was not as simple as Olivia thought. Duke Zenith was convinced that it was she who did it, and not someone else. Olivia was surprised. She believed that this situation arose precisely because of her intervention, but she could not understand what exactly aroused the Duke's suspicions. But Serena said she shouldn't worry about Zenith's suspicions. The important thing to her was that Olivia had stolen her heart, and that was worth discussing. The girl noted that her motivation was very similar to that of Serena, which made her think about how often people pursue similar goals without realizing it. The Duke was confused, not understanding where the diamond had disappeared to. He could not explain why a cheap ruby had appeared, instead of a valuable stone, which puzzled him greatly. Olivia hoped that she could use the ruby situation as a blackmail plot. Her plan was to cause a scandal among the nobility and weaken their influence. Serena extended her hand to Olivia and said that if she had known about love earlier, she would have definitely asked her to dance on her engagement day to celebrate this moment. Olivia rested for a while, and then remarked that if she were to live on, she would not be against such a friendship. It was her gentle consent to further communication and support. Serena hoped that next time Olivia would do her the honor of agreeing to dance. Of course, she was waiting for this moment, and she was sure that her friend would not refuse. The lady was looking forward to the day when they could dance together. This thought pleased her, and she was already anticipating how their first dance would go. When Lady Serena returned, the servants noticed that she was quite late. This did not escape their attention, and they immediately decided to find out what could have delayed her. The lady replied that the conversation with Lady Olivia had been a little long. It was a sincere explanation, and she saw nothing unusual in it. She hadn't been in contact with someone who understood her like that for a long time, so she lost track of time. At one point, she was surprised at how quickly time passed. But the servants reported that nothing important had happened, although guests they had not expected had arrived. This caused a slight uneasiness, since guests can always change the atmosphere. With disdain, she asked again who these unexpected guests were. The butler informed her that they were the Emperor and Prince Ricardo, which surprised her even more. When Serena saw them in the distance, she thought it seemed that these two were now in cahoots, and this changed all her future plans and expectations. Eric looked at her with a stern gaze, and without further ado demanded a choice. Either him or this prince. His tone was cold, and his voice was filled with unshakable confidence. Ricardo, smiling reservedly, did not fail to remind her that firstly, he was Lady Serena's fiancé, and secondly, a prince. There was firmness in his voice, and he was clearly not going to give in. Serena didn't understand the point of this choice, or why she had to make it at all. The situation seemed absurd to her, since she wasn't striving for anything serious right now, and the reasons for the conflict were unclear to her. The prince calmly explained that all she needed to do was tell him who she wanted to spend time with. At the moment, he seemed to be making it clear that he was not going to pressure her, but he was still waiting for an answer. Serena thought about it. If she was being asked to choose so insistently, then so be it. She confidently declared that she would choose this maid. Her words came as a surprise to everyone. The maid started in surprise, looking at her mistress with wide eyes. She clearly had not expected to find herself in this strange argument at all, and was even taken aback by the surprise. Serena explained that because she and the prince had stayed here so long in the morning, the maid's workday had been extended. Now she would have to spend more time on business, and that was unfair. Eric frowned, not understanding where she was going with this. Serena added that if the conversation didn't require an urgent decision, they could continue it tomorrow, but for now, she was going to bed. The Emperor was taken aback by her words. How could she speak to him like that? Was it possible to show such obvious disdain for the Emperor? He could not believe that he had been simply ignored. Serena didn't explain anymore. She calmly turned around and walked away with the maid, leaving the men behind without looking back. Her determination and indifference left everyone quite surprised. She didn't understand why the emperor was so insistent on this. Didn't the ruler of a great empire have more important things to do than argue with her? He wasted his time on such trivialities. This situation shocked her. Did he really have no concerns other than interfering in her personal decisions? His behavior hurt her, and deep down she felt that it had hurt his pride. Emperor Eric watched the girl closely and concluded that she was simply unbearable. Her character, behavior, manner of communication, all this irritated him to the depths of his soul. He was sure that Prince Ricardo also shared his opinion, so he gently nudged him with his elbow, as if hinting at mutual understanding on this issue. However, Eric noticed how the prince suddenly, and quickly, moved away from him, as if he wanted to avoid even accidental physical contact. This seemed rather strange to the emperor. Ricardo then calmly but firmly stated that his body belonged only to Lady Serena. He could not allow just anyone to touch him thoughtlessly, especially in such an informal setting. If the emperor wants to tell him something, then it should be done exclusively within the walls of the imperial palace, where such conversations would be more appropriate. Eric didn't react to these words in any way. He didn't even show surprise. He didn't see the point in wasting emotions on such statements. During the evening banquet, he reminded the prince that he would do anything for Serena. So now he wants to know if Ricardo's opinion on the matter has changed. The prince only smiled slightly and said that since the emperor was so curious, he would receive an answer tomorrow. He was not going to rush it. Ricardo also confidently added that Serena would dine with him. He had no doubt about it and left no chance for another option. He was firmly convinced that his wife would always be by his side, and not by Emperor Eric, no matter how influential he was. The next day, Serena practiced fencing with her fiancé, improving her skills. This had become a regular practice for them. Ricardo asked her not to limit herself to using only one hand. He wanted to see all her strength and skill. Serena just smiled slyly instantly, assuming a fighting stance, and then went on a decisive and lightning-fast offensive. The prince quickly realized that she was vastly superior to him. Her speed, agility, and strategy left him far behind. He was stunned. Serena was indeed crazy, but it was this crazy strength and audacity that made her special. He noticed that only the glove remained in the air, but he lost sight of Serena herself. He did not understand where she was now. The next moment, the girl appeared behind him, and without hiding her satisfaction, said that this was where he should have looked for her. Then looking at Ricardo, she noticed that it seemed like he had lost, as his sword had completely melted in her hands. The weapon couldn't withstand the blue flames that emanated from her. This was real magic beyond the reach of many. Serena suggested they call it a day, not wanting to hurt her future husband again, even if he was prepared for it. Ricardo agreed. At that moment, Serena decided to ask what he wanted to talk about yesterday, and whether there was really a good reason for his visit. The prince replied with a smile that engaged couples often see each other even if there is no special reason or special occasion. Serena was surprised by these words. She wondered if he simply wanted to put their relationship on display for everyone to see. But in the end, she accepted his point of view, saying that their wedding was already close, which meant that it was worth paying attention to preparing for it. She enjoyed admiring Ricardo's face, so she looked at him again carefully, as if memorizing every feature. Her intense gaze made the prince feel slightly embarrassed, not understanding why she was behaving so unusually today. He even wondered if it was possible that the lady had the same feelings for him that he had for her. This thought made him nervous. Soon, Serena asked him an important question. Did he know about the arena and the casino from the beginning? This moment did not give her peace. She did not understand how the prince, being from another country, could find out something that even she herself had not suspected for a long time. She also wondered when exactly he had received this information and why he had chosen not to tell her anything earlier. Ricardo didn't beat around the bush and admitted it straight out. He knew about it even before he first met Serena. At that moment, Eric was watching them. He was curious about what they were talking about so closely, standing almost right next to each other. However, his thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected sound. A large bird flew over him, somehow attracting his attention. The emperor was surprised. He did not understand how Ricardo could guess that he was here and watching them. The bird arrived with a letter that Serena noticed right away. It had the seal of Rita, the queen of the neighboring kingdom of Arena, known for her mystery and power. Eric couldn't understand what exactly the letter from Queen Arena meant. He studied it carefully, but the contents did not give him any clarity. After a few short conversations where they discussed current events, Lorne suddenly felt a strange sensation, as if someone was present nearby. Turning around, she saw Eric standing there, watching them closely. It was a little surprising that he was still there, not interrupting their conversation. Eric said he didn't come for any particular reason, but was simply curious about what these ladies were talking about such important things. Serena replied that there was nothing really exciting about their discussions that Eric would follow. She smiled a little, but continued. He also noted that their conversation was not yet finished, and that they would soon continue leaving the place of discussion as soon as the matter was completed. Eric couldn't understand what exactly was going on, and what these two were up to. He didn't know what was hidden behind their words and actions. He exchanged glances with Ricardo, and both were stunned by what was happening, not understanding what the secret of this conversation was. Serena and Ricardo sat down at the table, ready for dinner. Their time together was important, but they both knew there were serious matters to discuss. She didn't invite Ricardo just to spend time together. Their conversation was about much more important issues than evening get-togethers. Ricardo noted that he understood this, and said that she in turn noted that the time for these conversations had come to an end. They had important points to discuss. She still wanted to know how exactly his past was connected to the arena. It was an important clarification that she couldn't leave unanswered. Ricardo said that he had already spoken about the experiments that were carried out on him as a child when he was used in the arena. Serena remembered what he had said, and he clarified that the children he had been involved with were children he knew. All of these children had gone through the same horrific ordeal. His adoptive mother, Rita Arena, the queen of this very kingdom, brought these children to their country to use them for her own purposes. She also injected them with Ricardo's blood, trying to create something powerful. She believed that this way the children would be able to become dragons. Much time has passed since then, and Ricardo never thought that the arena still existed. He could not believe that such things still happen. Serena pointed out that if she had known about what was going on earlier, she would never have asked him to transport those children. It would have forced her to give up everything. This memory must have caused him pain, and she wanted to know why he hadn't told her about it before, why he hadn't shared his pain. Ricardo explained that he didn't want her to start interrogating him. If she had found out about it earlier, she would have started looking for reasons and details which he wanted to avoid. He also didn't want her to think he was weak and couldn't look at it as his fault, so he tried to keep it all to himself. But Serena was still worried about the emperor. She wanted to understand how Ricardo knew so many secrets and how it was connected to the emperor. She asked him how he knew about the secret he was hiding so much. It was an important moment for her, and she was looking for answers to her questions. At this time, Eric was already reading the letter, which he doubted. He asked if this letter really belonged to Queen Arena. The servant confirmed that the letter was genuine, and its authenticity was confirmed by the magic tower, which is responsible for verifying such important documents. Eric couldn't remember if this woman had opposed the union between Serena and the prince from the beginning. He knew for sure that she had. So now he was very puzzled as to why she had decided to give him information about the arena. And now she was declaring that she would approve of this marriage. Her sudden change of heart seemed suspicious, and he could not shake the feeling that there was some kind of design behind it. Whatever she was planning, he didn't understand yet. But one thing was clear: he shouldn't count on her frankness. Apparently, he would have to take control of the situation and act on his own. When the lady turned around, the prince became wary. Judging by her appearance, something had happened. He watched her closely, waiting for an explanation, but nothing followed. However, hearing that everything was fine, he did not insist. If she did not want to talk, then so be it. So maintaining a neutral tone, he said that he was going to leave. The lady did not object, but the prince was hurt that she did not even say goodbye to him. It seemed to him that after everything that had happened, she could have shown more warmth. He couldn't help but think that she was simply disappointed. She probably hated the fact that he hadn't dared tell her the whole truth sooner. Serena was sure that she knew Ricardo better than anyone in the entire empire. She believed that she could predict his thoughts, his actions, his intentions. But just because she had confided her secret to him didn't mean he would do the same. The realization hurt her a little, but she wasn't going to show her feelings. That's why she finally decided to speak up. She looked at him and told him straight out that she didn't want him to go through this alone. Their relationship began as a pretense, just part of some complicated game. They both knew it. But now everything had changed. Now they were not just allies, but people united by a common goal. They had to stick together. Hearing this, the prince instantly blushed. Her words took him by surprise, embarrassed him so much that he did not even immediately find an answer. But before he could say anything, Serena suddenly noticed a carriage arriving. She wondered who could have arrived. Ricardo, following her gaze, assumed that she was probably expecting guests. Besides him and the emperor, of course. However, the lady shook her head. No, she had not organized anything and did not know who might be in the crew. The answer soon became clear. A man stepped out of the carriage, walked straight towards her, and greeted her politely. Serena frowned. She didn't know who he was and immediately asked if he had received permission to enter. The stranger immediately assured that yes, of course, and introduced himself. He was a steward of the Duke of Zenith and brought a letter. From the very first words, his irritation overcame Serena. She understood perfectly well that anything could be expected from the Duke, but she could not imagine why he had now turned to her. Therefore, without further ado, she suggested getting down to business. The man unfolded the letter and began to read. It said that the Duke deeply regretted what had happened at the casino and wanted to atone for his guilt. As a sign of reconciliation, he throws a banquet in Serena's honor. He hopes that she will agree to come, if not for his sake, then at least out of respect for their old friendship. Serena was so stunned by his words that she couldn't utter a sound. He seemed to genuinely believe that after everything that had happened, she might still have some kind of friendly feelings for him. He also invited her to some unremarkable banquet, as if that could change anything. Without thinking, Serena firmly replied that she would not go anywhere and did not intend to attend such events at all. She made it clear that he had better return to the Duke and tell him that there was no need to apologize to her. However, the man did not leave immediately, but regretfully noted that he was truly sorry. He then added that many important figures of the empire would be attending the banquet. The future empress would be among the guests, which could make the event much more interesting for her. Hearing this, Serena suddenly became interested. She raised her head sharply and asked if Olivia would really be there. Ricardo was surprised by his wife's reaction. He had not expected Serena to show such obvious interest, especially when it came to this woman. She, without thinking twice, declared that if the future empress was there, then she was ready to go. Moreover, she immediately ordered preparations to begin. In fact, what attracted her most was the opportunity to talk to Olivia. It was because of this that she decided to attend the banquet. But now, Serena simply could not understand how she had once again found herself between two men, the prince and the emperor. When they arrived and got out of the carriage, both men seemed to be wondering why they had been riding together. But it was too late to change anything now. The whole way, they did nothing but argue over Serena, and she in turn was even curious to watch this. At one point, she couldn't take it anymore, and started screaming, saying that if it weren't for these two, she would have just enjoyed the ride instead of listening to their endless bickering. Eric, hearing her indignation, pretended to care about her and extended his hand, warning her not to trip. However, Ricardo did not stand aside. He immediately repeated the gesture, adding that only he was able to hold her back because he knew better than anyone how to deal with her indomitable character. The guests watching this held their breath. They were incredibly curious about who Serena would choose, her fiancé or the emperor, but she in turn only irritably ordered both of them to remove their hands. This behavior shocked everyone present. Then she confidently walked out on her own, and casting a condescending glance at them, declared that she was not a little girl and could quite easily walk without anyone's help. Besides, she had already arranged to accompany someone to the party, which meant it was time for her to go inside. But they had better take turns going in, or the ballroom would simply collapse from their arguments. The prince and the emperor froze in bewilderment. If she were to accompany someone else, Would that mean they had a new rival? That thought certainly didn't please them. When Serena entered the hall, she approached Lady Olivia respectfully, kissed her hand, and with a slight smile asked permission to invite her to dance. Olivia greeted her warmly, noting with warmth in her voice that she was glad to see her again. She accepted the invitation without hesitation. However, before they started dancing, Olivia noticed that she couldn't see Prince Ricardo at all. She knew that he had arrived with Serena, and she asked curiously where he was. Serena calmly replied that she had asked him to come back later. She wanted to see Olivia out first, and she decided it would be wiser to space out their appearances a little. Then she added quietly that she saw no good in them appearing together. It might cause unnecessary talk and attract too much attention. They began to dance, moving smoothly and harmoniously. During one of their smooth turns, Serena leaned toward Olivia and added in a whisper that their appearance together would cause too many unwanted glances. Olivia appreciated her prudence and noted with slight admiration that it was a very thoughtful and calculated act. Serena raised her eyebrows in surprise. No one had ever spoken about her like that before. This comment was unexpected for her. Olivia, taking advantage of the moment, admitted that she would like to ask Serena one question since she had such an opportunity. Serena became interested and asked with slight curiosity what exactly the lady wanted to know. Olivia warned that her question might not be entirely appropriate, but she still asked, "Does she really love Emperor Eric?" She said this with a slight smile, as if she had already anticipated the answer, but still waited for what Serena would say. Calmly, without unnecessary emotion, she added that their union is only a political partnership based on profit power and money. Like other nobles, they deliberately delayed the wedding, avoiding excessive intimacy in order to maintain a certain distance. At the same time, both skillfully used this alliance to achieve their own political goals, which made their relationship very convenient. This balance gave Eric the support of her family and Olivia herself enormous influence at court, which allowed her to maintain her position. It was precisely because of this position that she could now dance calmly with Serena, without causing any gossip or doubts. She assured Serena that her relationship with the emperor was not beyond friendship despite the gossip at court. She should not let the rumors influence her opinion. After this, Olivia decided to take advantage of the moment and in turn asked Serena a question, asking her to answer honestly. Serena didn't object, and then Olivia, slightly bowing her head, asked if she had someone dear to her heart. The lady replied with a slight surprise in her voice that it was indeed unexpected. She had not expected such a thing, but noted that Olivia would undoubtedly be very eager to know about it. The siren, hearing this, was about to respond, but at that very moment, the announcement of the arrival of His Majesty, the Emperor, and the Prince was heard. Their sudden appearance changed the situation. Contrary to Serena's orders, they entered at the same time, although they were supposed to enter later. They disobeyed her orders and still left together, which caused slight discontent. It seemed that their group would have to split up, as His Majesty intended to remain close to Olivia. This arrangement was obvious, but still created certain inconveniences. Olivia remarked that she had enjoyed spending time with Serena, but soon turned to her again, intending to find out something important. Her question was quite curious. She wondered if any of the recent guests at the Imperial Palace had caught Serena's attention. Was there anyone among them who might have left a mark on her thoughts? Olivia thought about it, but couldn't think of anyone in particular. The lady, however, noticed that something was bothering her, as if she had a suspicion but no proof yet. How could Emperor Eric have information about Irina? After all, this information was supposed to be known only to Ricardo, and no one else was supposed to know it. Olivia admitted that she was unsure if this was the case with Irina. However, she had noticed that letters from unknown senders were regularly delivered to the palace. These letters are sent via a magical tower, making them faster than other messages. They arrive so quickly that almost no one notices their arrival. However, the sender remains a mystery. When Serena learned this, she felt that the situation seemed suspicious. Too much was hidden from view. She couldn't understand who Eric could be secretly corresponding with. This question haunted her, forcing her to mentally go over the possible options. At that moment, another letter arrived. It seemed to have come with the recent batch of messages, and its contents might shed light on the situation. Serena began to read, Confusion overwhelmed her. Why was Eric so desperate to stop their marriage? His motives remained unclear. He probably doesn't want to let go of a monster with the power of a dragon. Perhaps for him, it's not just a question of power, but something more connected to the future of the Empire. However, be that as it may, Serena and Ricardo's wedding will soon take place, and she will go to Arena with him. No one will be able to stop it. There was a knock at the door. Serena allowed them in without taking her eyes off the letter. She was already curious about who could have come at that moment. A maid entered the room, bowed down, and announced that the king wished to see Her Highness. This was unexpected, but not too alarming. Serena asked to tell the king that she would be coming soon. She understood that it was not worth postponing the meeting, but she wanted to deal with the letter first. The next letter was from the Emperor of Crovia. If anyone had found out about it, everything might have turned out differently, but that could not be allowed under any circumstances. He couldn't find out the truth. It was a risk that could change everything, so Serena carefully hid any hint of a possible leak. She asked the maid if she knew what the emperor had said when he saw the strange bird that had caught his attention. This moment seemed significant to her. The emperor was struck by her beauty. He admitted that he had never seen anything more beautiful. It did not even occur to him that there could be something more hidden behind this bird. Anyone with even a modicum of intelligence would have realized that this bird belonged to a magical tower. But did the emperor himself realize this, or was he simply amazed by its appearance? Despite all the doubts, the rumors confirmed that the one they called the listener really existed. Moreover, there were rumors that he was a close associate of the ruler who once tried to destroy their kingdom. The lady listened attentively and noted that this was not all the information. They say that this man has an assistant who is called the Genius Artes. If she wanted to contact the magic tower, she could do so. However, the queen asked, had the maid ever seen Serena Artes in person? The maid shook her head. She had not been present when the Duchess had broken the dragon's heart. After that event, she had been banned from Arena altogether. The queen thought, since Serena was in this situation, it was necessary to understand her past, to understand who she was before. She was interested in everything, where Serena lived before meeting the emperor, what she did, what position she occupied in society. But the search was fruitless. At first, the queen decided that the Duchess was simply skillfully hiding information about herself, covering her tracks. However, it soon became clear that there was no information about her past. There was no clue leading to her. It was as if, at some point, she simply appeared in this world, as if she had come out of nowhere. That is why the main question remained. Does it really exist, or is it just an illusion? Alex shook his head with a smile. You don't quite understand. They'll be talking on the balcony for a long time. In his opinion, it is better not to interfere in this conversation. It means that they need to discuss something important. They seem to be truly enjoying this rare moment of communication and are in no hurry to end the conversation. Emperor Eric didn't understand where he got such confidence from. However, he had known Serena longer than anyone, and that was an undeniable fact. Prince Ricardo was genuinely surprised. At that moment, Eric came closer and remarked that he had not known that they had danced their first dance together. Eric asked if she was talking about a girl named Olivia, since she was just about to accompany someone. Mistress Olivia frowned slightly, as if she remembered something. At that moment, a servant approached her and respectfully informed her that she was urgently called. Olivia turned her gaze to her interlocutors, said in an apologetic tone that she had important business to attend to, and headed away. Serena was left alone, watching Olivia walk away, disappearing behind the door. The girl didn't know where exactly she had gone, but she understood that the Emperor's bride had her own business that couldn't wait. Eric suddenly approached her. He curiously asked who she was going to dance with for the second time that evening. Had she already planned a partner, or had she not yet made a choice? The Emperor also remembered with a slight mockery how he had given in to Prince Ricardo last time he had allowed him to steal her first dance. What a pity. Still, it had been his mistake, and now he did not intend to repeat it. A thought flashed through Serena's mind. She should find out who Eric was exchanging letters with so diligently. These correspondences clearly had meaning for him, and the answer could be very interesting. But before dealing with this issue, there was something more important to decide. He needed to put an end to his feelings for her once and for all. so as not to give false hope. After weighing everything, the lady decided to agree to the dance. Since his bride was so cold to him, it would be stupid not to help the emperor save face. It was her duty. Eric kissed her hand gratefully, but inside him, emotions were raging. He was horrified. Did she really feel nothing for him? Suddenly, he noticed that he couldn't remember the last time they danced together. How long had it been since then? Serena remained silent, but Eric continued as if talking to himself. It seems like a long time ago. And it has nothing to do with any problems between us, right? Her mood instantly changed. She noticed that this was precisely the problem. If he had danced with her last time, everything would have turned out differently. After all, that evening was dedicated to her engagement. Did she really need to ruin his mood? Eric stared at her, but there was no anger in his voice, only mild disappointment. Whatever the case, he couldn't deny that Serena was a pretty good dancer, even after all their previous attempts. She took it as a compliment, and the emperor confirmed her guess. He had suffered too much while teaching her, so this progress was especially important to him. Serena blushed as she recalled their training. Those moments left quite a few funny memories in her mind. She stepped on his feet time and time again, but he just smiled and said that everything was fine, although it was clearly not easy to endure. Eric joked that she had already stepped on his foot 128,419 times. Serena naturally disagreed and indignantly declared that in fact it was only 11. Even then she was puzzled how people managed to dance in such high heels. They were so uncomfortable that every step was difficult for her. Suddenly, she felt herself losing her balance. Eric immediately grabbed her, preventing her from falling, and asked worriedly if she was okay. Serena quickly recovered, assured him that everything was fine, and gently pulled away, not wanting him to worry too much. Then, without thinking, she took off her shoes and winced. These monstrously uncomfortable things were not for her. She admitted that it would be better not to wear them at all, because it is impossible not only to dance in them, but even to stand. Deciding it was time to fix this, she asked him to wait while she went to get another pair of shoes. Eric was amazed. He had never seen anyone discard shoes so easily, just because they were uncomfortable. A few minutes later, Serena returned, holding another pair of shoes that she would probably be much more comfortable in. Serena expressed a desire to know what he would say if it turned out that practicing dancing in sneakers. She was interested in his views on this unusual idea, as she was looking for his opinion. She had had these sneakers since high school, and she felt that they were much more comfortable. The prince couldn't help but notice how proud she was of them, because they had become part of her style. Ricardo decided to agree with her proposal. He was a little puzzled, but still understood that it was important to return to traditions. For example, helping your partner in the dance and supporting him. Thanks to her determination and hard work, Serena was able to avoid embarrassment when she debuted in high society. Her confidence and preparedness surprised everyone present. The emperor still remembered the admiring glances he and Serena had caught at that moment. This impression remained in his memory as one of the most vivid memories of that meeting. Prince Ricardo realized that he had never received such looks when he was alone. In Serena's company, his perception changed, and he began to look at her with completely different eyes. That's why he started to see her as his savior. Serena had an impact on his life, and he felt like he couldn't lose her. She became his support. Working together in a battlefield mission not only brought them closer together, but also strengthened their relationship. It was a time when they became true friends, despite the dangers. He remembered the moments when she was resting lying on his lap. At that moment, he felt good about her closeness, and he felt protected in her presence. Ricardo thought that they would stay together forever. He imagined how they would spend the rest of their lives in friendship and harmony, enjoying each other's company. However, Serena suddenly expressed her desire to leave him. This statement changed their relationship greatly, and Ricardo realized that he would have to face a difficult choice. There were only 2 dances at the ball today, and she decided to save the rest for her wedding. She didn't want to overexert herself and preferred to postpone everything for a more important moment. Eric told her that she should go to her fiancé, but she replied that everything was fine and that she did not want to distract him. Her calmness indicated that she was confident in her decision. She noticed that Eric was too good at reading her mood. He always knew what she was feeling, and it sometimes confused her. because she couldn't hide her thoughts. They walked out onto the balcony, and Serena pointed at the stars, saying they were incredibly beautiful. Eric looked at her, and although he wasn't sure what she meant, he understood her excitement. The stars in the sky reminded them of the times when they fought together. At that moment, despite the fatigue and difficulties they felt, that they were part of something great and important. At that moment, Eric remembered how he wanted to enjoy the view of the stars with her, but she said that she was too tired and immediately fell asleep, not letting him enjoy that moment. Serena pointed out that that wasn't quite true, and that she certainly hadn't fallen asleep right away. But there was no surprise in her eyes, that he remembered that moment as if it were yesterday. She actually fell asleep in his lap at that moment, and it was amazing to her. She couldn't believe how quickly time had passed, but she didn't feel like anything had been lost. Serena approached Eric with a question that had been bothering her for a long time. She wanted to understand why he had always been so kind and caring to her, despite all the difficulties. There was genuine interest in his answer in her eyes. She was looking for more than just an explanation. She was hoping for a deep and honest conversation about the feelings they shared. When they first met, they didn't know each other at all. It was unexpected and strange for both of them, because neither of them expected what would happen later. She was sure that he was pursuing his own interests, that he needed her strength. He, on the other hand, thought that everything would be simpler, but she did not believe in his sincerity. At that moment, he felt like he had won. He was a prince who was not accepted by the people, and she seemed to be the person who could change his life. When he looked at her, he saw something familiar in her eyes. She was like a discovery for him, like a new world that he had been looking for a long time, although he did not realize it. But if he said he wasn't interested in her powers, it would be a lie. He knew very well that her abilities played an important role in his feelings. He was an emperor now, but despite the power and titles, everything inside him was the same. He knew he was caught, but what was he supposed to do about it? She thought that much had changed since his ascension to the throne, but he assured her that his feelings for her would remain unchanged despite everything that was happening around him. Serena, however, decided to ask him an important question. Were his feelings for her really, as he said? She was looking for an honest answer that would allow her to understand his intentions. He squeezed her hand, confirming that he felt the same as before, but she couldn't understand why he continued this when he knew perfectly well that nothing would come of their relationship. Eric replied that he was doing it because he was tired of the ambiguity and duality. He still loved her and did not want to let her go. He said that he was not going to give her to anyone, especially not to that pathetic prince she was with before. Eric looked confused and embarrassed. He repeated that he didn't want to lose her, that he wasn't ready to let her go despite all the circumstances. Ricardo, standing behind the wall, listened to their conversation. He heard every word. His heart was heavy from it, but he could do nothing at that moment. Serena, respecting his sincerity, replied that she could not accept his confession. She was grateful for his frankness, but she could not believe his words. Eric lowered his head, knowing that this answer was expected, but he couldn't shake the feeling that there could have been something more between them if she had allowed it. He couldn't understand why she responded that way. In response to his words, she was silent for a while, trying to find the right words that could explain her feelings. Then she said that if she suddenly said that she was returning to his heart, having spent all her strength, how would he react then? It would be interesting to know. What if she became a normal person again without any abilities? Will he be able to love her if she loses everything that was so important to him? Serena, thinking about what might have happened, wondered how it would have affected his feelings. If she had become like everyone else, what then? Eric, despite his confidence, said that things were different before, but now as a duchess, her role in politics and her power change everything. She strives to achieve a lot and is afraid of losing everything she has. Serena knows that any choice can cost her too much, and she is ready to fight for everything. Serena was sure that the ruler of an entire empire was experiencing something similar, but much more acutely than she was. She couldn't shake the thought that his experiences were much stronger than her own. She began to doubt whether he could continue to love her if she lost her power. This thought tormented her because she was afraid that his feelings might change. She understood that his feelings were his personal business, but she still advised him to think about what was more important to him, herself or her strength, which supported her in this world. She told him that he had to decide whether he loved her as a person or only her power. This question remained important and open for her. She waited for an answer from Ricardo. Serena started to walk away, and as soon as she stepped into the hallway, it felt like a heavy weight had been lifted off her. She felt relieved, but her doubts remained. She finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that if Eric really loved her, he would not hesitate and would answer immediately without any doubts or omissions. But she still had questions. She didn't know if he'd tried to talk to anyone else. She had to get ready for the wedding, and she wanted to put those thoughts behind her. Stepping out into the Golden Hall, Serena was surprised that this whole situation was still unfolding. She never expected it to become a topic of discussion. People were whispering again that she had betrayed her fiancé, but Serena herself was not going to listen to such talk. She had long been accustomed to this kind of discussion behind her back. When she turned around, she noticed that several people were discussing her with Prince Ricardo, trying to figure out what was going on between them and what she really felt for him. She couldn't figure out what was going on in this room. Nothing made sense, and she felt like the situation was getting out of control. While dancing with Eric, she still tried to understand if he was jealous, and it seemed to her that there was something a little embarrassed, and at the same time charming in his gaze. She tried to calm him down, reminding him to forget about that man. From Marina, Ricardo was sure that he had been abandoned, that he was no longer needed. He couldn't understand how this had happened, because everything seemed to be going differently. The ladies present nearby noticed his bewilderment and began to discuss what was going on between him and Serena. The Duchess's fiancé was left unprotected, and many decided that this was their chance to take control of the situation. They intended to find out everything about his relationship with Serena. They started handing him drinks, trying to get information out of him about his connection with the Duchess, trying to find out if he really intended to marry her. All these questions clearly interested those present, and they continued to pour him drinks, hoping that he would open up and tell them everything they wanted to hear. Serena was furious. She went over and took him, deciding that she couldn't leave him in such company. The prince needed help, and she couldn't just leave him. He was very drunk, and Serena had to literally drag him along, leaning on her shoulder. It was a difficult ordeal, but she was determined to help him. The prince pressed himself against her, looking embarrassed but pleased at the same time. He clearly felt awkward, but his state was also mixed with some relief. Serena couldn't understand what could have made him get so drunk. Ricardo's inner contradictions were a mystery to her, and she couldn't find a logical explanation for his actions. She carried him to the sofa and looked around in confusion, not understanding who had given him so much alcohol. She could not believe that everything that was happening had become reality. She couldn't argue with him, so she was shocked by how quickly he got into this state. It was all completely unexpected for her. She didn't understand what was making him so upset and why he couldn't let go of these dreams of the past. She didn't know how to deal with it. Ricardo reached out to her, and as he sat next to her, she felt his gaze genuinely interested in her condition. She sat next to him, stroking his hand. Serena began to wonder if he had been practicing his reaction to her from the beginning. It was important for her to understand his true intentions. Ricardo spoke to her heart, promising to help her become the person she once was. But her doubts remained, and she could not be sure of his motives. Ricardo's true intentions remained a mystery to her. She couldn't say exactly what he really wanted from her, and this left her in limbo. Serena couldn't figure out where this strange heartbeat was coming from. She didn't believe it was coming from Ricardo, but it was so strong and persistent. She knew that Ricardo hadn't slept and was probably worried about her, but she couldn't figure out what exactly had caused such emotions. Everything seemed a little strange. Ricardo was very confused. He asked her what exactly was causing her doubts, hoping that she would open up and share her feelings. He waited impatiently for her answer. She understood what he expected from her. And so, after a short pause, they kissed passionately, as if trying to find answers to the questions that tormented both of them. Ricardo himself made the first move, and she could no longer hold back her feelings. This moment seemed decisive for both of them, and they could not ignore it. Serena grabbed his face, roughly, telling him he had had enough. He was drunk, and she couldn't understand what was happening to him, asking how much he had drunk. Ricardo wanted to ask her how she reacted to the Emperor's confession. He was curious how she responded to his feelings and whether she allowed him anything more. He couldn't help but ask if she had allowed the Emperor to kiss her the way she had kissed him. It was important for him to know this in order to understand her feelings. He remembered her words when she said that, after she got her heart back, she would be glad to remain friends with him if they still stayed together. She had warned him that if he revealed his true feelings, it would be a heavy burden for her to bear. That warning still rang in his ears. He squeezed her hand, feeling his heart beat fast, and asked if she still considered him a good friend like she used to. He wanted to hear her honest answer. Serena was confused. She didn't understand what he was trying to do at all, and it scared her a little. He looked strange and her mind was full of questions. She thought he must have fallen asleep, but she couldn't understand how he could put on such a strange show and then just fall asleep without noticing what was happening. He continued to talk with his eyes closed, but Serena knew it was useless. He was drunk, and she knew his words meant nothing in that state. Realizing that he was beyond help, she decided to lie down next to him. It was her decision to be there, despite everything that was happening, and leave him alone. Her body felt unusually warm, as if she was again close to someone who could warm her after she had felt only cold for so long. Remembering how she had been lying next to Lorne, Serena felt that warm feeling. It was the warmth of a friend who gave her the same support she had once had. The next morning, Ricardo looked terrible. His condition was so bad that he could hardly stand up, and all his movements spoke of the severe consequences of the night. He tried to justify himself by saying that he was very sorry Serena didn't know what he was so ashamed of, since he himself didn't remember what had happened the day before. She thought it would be interesting to know what exactly had made him apologize. The reason seemed unclear, but his apology sounded sincere nonetheless. He remarked that if so much pizza was too much, then he really should apologize. The pizza situation seemed funny, but he still felt guilty. Ricardo couldn't ignore the fact that he had fallen asleep in her bedroom. This was also a reason for him to apologize. The whole day began with an awkward atmosphere and apologies. In the morning, when Ricardo saw her, he was horrified. He was very scared and admitted that he did not know what else he could do, because the events of that day filled him with anxiety. Serena thought that if he knew what had happened yesterday, his heart would probably stop. It would be too much of a shock for him. To avoid making him worry even more, she told him that everything was fine and that he shouldn't worry. Nothing terrible had happened, and he could put it all behind him. Serena assured him that yesterday didn't matter and thanked him for his support. She didn't see it as particularly important, preferring to move on. Even though Serena thought about how long it had been since she'd been in someone else's arms, she still wondered if she should even ask him to move out. Her soul was unclear. Finally, she took the plunge and approached Ricardo, asking if he would like to spend every night with her. It was an unexpected request, but it was sincere. Ricardo was surprised and asked her again, not believing his ears. He noticed that she was so warm, gentle, and could not understand what was behind such a proposal. It was too unexpected. Ricardo thought it might be a cruel joke, but Serena remained serious. She didn't see anything strange in it because they had been helping each other for a long time. Ricardo responded by saying that it was a very important question for him, but they were rushing things. They hadn't even had a wedding yet, and it seemed premature. Serena didn't think it was that big of a deal. She was sure everything would be fine, and even decided it was within their agreement. She was going to Arena, and Ricardo was supposed to help her with that. Her goal was clear. She wanted to destroy the queen who was hurting his people. Ricardo agreed to her plan. From the beginning, their relationship had been based on mutual agreements, and now he wondered if he could tell her about his stepmother, Queen Rita. Serena noticed that she already had her own opinion about Rita. She asked Ricardo what he thought of her since she was the ruler's third wife. There were many rumors about Rita because she never appeared at public events and preferred to engage in politics and philosophy. Then she suddenly became a queen. These facts had long been on the surface. Serena could not help but notice that Rita had unprecedented power and influence. But what did this mean to her? Serena was interested in how Ricardo himself felt about Rita and her power. It was an important element of their conversations and plans for the future. Serena realized that if her guess was correct, then only she could tell Eric what Ricardo knew about the arena. This would be very important information to convey. However, She had underestimated the woman who might be more complex than she thought. Before going to Arena, she needed to get to know this lady better. Ricardo, he says, if it were not for his true feelings, would say that the queen is indeed a very wise person, and that her approach to government deserves respect. The lady was very surprised by these words. She did not expect Ricardo to appreciate the queen so much. This made her think. Her eyes widened in surprise. She asked again, and Ricardo added that there were rumors that she had used the king's love to gain power, which was also a subject of conversation. But in reality, everything turned out differently. Rita really does rule the kingdom for him, and does it much better than the king himself, since she is a much more capable ruler. Lady Serena realized that despite her knowledge of the king, Rita could still surprise her. This attracted her, because the woman was not as she was imagined. Rita was insightful and very wise, but above all persistent. She mastered the art of persuasion and always got her way, which added to her respect. Rita truly wanted only the best for her kingdom, because she herself once treated her business in the same way, which emphasized her sincerity and loyalty to her beliefs. Serena stopped him and asked if this had anything to do with her actions, since he had clearly forgotten what she had done to him earlier, and that was important to her decision. The boy remembered how the letter was laced with poison, and noted that in fact Her Majesty had not been like herself lately committing such acts. He was about to say something about the past, but the lady interrupted him. She reminded him that she had once locked him in the laboratory, and now she could not believe her true intentions. The boy fell silent, realizing that even then he didn't believe that such actions could be right. He couldn't justify his actions at that moment. If it weren't for Lady Serena, he would still be in that lab. It would be his unforgivable position, one he couldn't change. She realized that this could not continue, and that she would not be able to learn more about Rita through Ricardo. He was clearly under the influence of outside influences. Apparently, he had been brainwashed and didn't even realize what he was saying. This became clear to Serena, and she decided to do things her way. She realized that she had no choice but to find out all the details herself. All she could do was trust herself and her intuition. Serena stood up and asked if he was free today, which surprised the guy. He didn't expect her to offer anything unusual. She invited him to join her if he was bored. She suggested that they rob a magic tower together, which seemed like a pretty bold proposition. Serena couldn't remember exactly how much time had passed since she had last visited the Mage Tower. This visit had been long awaited and important for her. However, she returned to find that Julius was still the head of the Mage Tower. This was unexpected for her, and she felt that many things had changed. She approached Julius with a question about his opinion on the state of the Mage's Tower, wondering if it had become as rotten as the aristocracy had become over all this time. Julius was confused and could not understand how Serena could make such an accusation. He did not believe that the tower could be as damaged as she claimed. It was Julius, the head of the Mage Tower. Serena couldn't believe that he genuinely believed he was right. She had heard that a new head was chosen every 3 years through a difficult test. The question was how Yuli managed to maintain his position for all these years. The guy thought it was a confirmation of his abilities and ability to hold on to power. Serena decided to ask him what he meant by his abilities. She couldn't understand how someone with such powers could stay at the top for so long. She asked him if he was really capable of using his magical powers so effectively that he could create a door that connected her casino basement to a huge ring. Julius was shocked. He had not expected Serena to investigate his abilities so persistently. He felt real horror from such unexpected criticism. Serena noted that his decision to connect such a large space to a place located near the capital, without the knowledge of the imperial palace, could be very dangerous. Julius was shocked and tried to justify himself, claiming that it was complete nonsense. He could not understand where Serena got such suspicions from. She claimed that many of these people simply do not think before agreeing to offers. All that matters to them is the fact that they will receive good money. However, perhaps His Majesty did not understand the entire structure and processes taking place in the Tower of Magicians. Just as she did, Serena was ready to argue with him on this topic. Julius apologized, saying he had made a big mistake. He said it was all due to a lack of funds to continue his research, and he hoped he would be forgiven. Ricardo even laughed, But Serena stopped him, telling him not to laugh so hard at Julius because his apologies were sincere. Ricardo apologized, but the lady, noticing that it did not matter, suggested that they forget about it. Instead, she asked him to investigate something that was much more important at the moment. In fact, it was Eric the Emperor, who was seeking to close the matter. Julius was willing to agree to anything to avoid further complications in this situation. The lady had heard of a special post office for magicians, which existed for high-ranking nobles and the imperial family itself. This place was only for the chosen few. Julius confirmed her information, and the lady immediately remembered Olivia's words, that letters really did arrive there. This only strengthened her suspicions. She asked Julius to check whether Emperor Eric had had any personal correspondence with Queen Irina, and to find out if such letters were in the archive. This question was becoming increasingly important. Julius, feeling anxious, said that he did not want to interfere in political affairs, especially such complex ones. But the lady insisted. Her voice became menacing and decisive. She was simply asking to verify the existence of these letters, and in her opinion, it shouldn't have been that difficult. So what was the problem? Julius soon returned with the results. He reported that the emperor's personal correspondence records were indeed there, as she had requested. This only added to the questions. It turned out that the correspondence with Irina was minimal, just a few letters, and most of them concerned secret matters. But why was it all so secretive? Sending such letters required magic, meaning the network was extremely secret. Even the fact that it existed was almost elusive, and yet somehow the information had reached her. Yuli could not even imagine what consequences this investigation could have for him. He understood that his participation in this case could lead to serious consequences. Serena wondered what was behind this correspondence, what important matters these two people could discuss, and what she needed to know about it right now. However, she knew that such a question would be extremely difficult to resolve. The answers were unlikely to be simple, and her actions could lead to undesirable consequences. Rika Irina was not only a mysterious person, her actions could not be ignored. She left traces, but her cunning was that they were almost impossible to catch. It seemed that Irina had anticipated in advance that someone would investigate her activities and had prepared for the possible consequences by eliminating all traces. The other side of the story was incredibly important. Eric the Emperor at some point became her ally. It was strange, but it turned out to be very strategically advantageous. After thinking about it, Serena decided that delaying the investigation any longer would not yield any results. She decided to act decisively despite all the risks. Standing up, she declared that things could not go on like this. The time had come to act, and she was ready to face the challenges. As she had said before, Ricardo had to be with her. It was her demand, which she was not going to ignore despite all the protests. Lorne, her faithful friend, remarked that this was indeed a very significant and bold proposal. But what would Prince Ricardo say to it? Lorne couldn't help but be curious about how the prince had responded to Serena's request. It was interesting to know how he would justify his actions. Serena said that Ricardo tried to convince her to give up this decision, referring to honor traditions and other persuasions. But all his attempts were in vain. In the end, despite all his arguments, Ricardo could not help but agree. He admitted that he could not resist her determination and finally gave his consent. Serena only stated that the prince had to stay with her because the palace was too dangerous. But in reality, she couldn't hide the fact that there was something more behind it. Lorne was in complete shock that everything she had heard was true. Even the gossips mentioned that Serena and the prince were finally in love. Serena would like to apologize to Marina because this marriage is just a convenient arrangement, but on the other hand, she was given a unique opportunity to create a dress for a couple in love. It was a truly great achievement for her because the dress was intended for such an important person. For her, it was not just an order, but a real honor. When Serena saw the dress, she was simply stunned by its beauty. It was so gorgeous that she even thought about walking down the aisle in it. Marina was immensely pleased, but it seemed that something was missing. She noticed this, and when she mentioned it, Serena agreed, because she also felt that something was wrong. When Serena stood in front of the mirror, she realized it wasn't her dress or her jewelry, it was her hair. She hadn't changed it in a long time, and now it was clearly noticeable. Marina, seeing her hair, began to think that perhaps the lady was really thinking about changing her hairstyle and that this could be an excellent solution. Serena looked at her friend and agreed. At that moment, she decided that a change was necessary. Meanwhile, the prince waited patiently for her in the next room. There's probably no need to worry. After trying on the dress, there won't be much left to do, and most of the wedding preparations will be completed. Everything is going according to plan. Lady Serena reassured her friend, saying that if they could do something simple and elegant, it would be quite suitable for such an important event. But Serena was sure this wedding should be more grand than all the previous ones. The more extravagant the ceremony, the more pleasant it would be for people to talk about it. In conversation, everyone remarked on how much the Duchess was in love with the prince. There was such genuine love in her eyes that her decision to go to the prince's native lands seemed natural. She loved him so much that she was even ready to leave her home and go with him to where he grew up to be there at this important moment. This trip to Arena immediately after the wedding would not cause bewilderment because it would be a natural continuation of their new life together. Although, to be honest, Serena thought that this all looked more like a carefully planned event than an accident, and she was a little worried about it. Serena then called him over, noting that it had probably taken too long, but some changes were still needed, and they needed to make adjustments to their plans. The gentleman asked what he thought about it. When he looked at her carefully, he noticed that her hair had now become a dark shade, and this greatly surprised him. Serena thought that maybe she really should have dyed her hair, like she had been advised. It seemed like a necessary step to change her look. Marina noted that she also thinks so, and believes that it is worth changing her style radically, updating her image. This could be a good step for her at this moment. He was outside and she could ask his opinion if she wanted, but she was sure he would just say she was still beautiful. Serena knew he would probably just tell her she was gorgeous as always, and not to worry so much about the changes. Her appearance was flawless to him. He often told her that she was beautiful, no matter how she changed her style. Serena was sure that this time he would also say that the new color suited her very well. As expected, he came up to her and started looking at her hair, but his reaction was unexpected, and she couldn't imagine that he would react so strangely. His face was completely shocked. He couldn't hide his surprise and turned his attention to her hair, as if trying to figure out what had happened to it. She couldn't understand why he looked so upset. His reaction seemed strange, because she thought he was already used to her experiments with her hair. She was surprised that he was so shocked, because she was always changing her hair color, and he seemed to be used to these changes. He noticed with bewilderment that all this time she had been hiding the truth. It wasn't her real hair, and only now did he realize that she had dyed it. The guy admitted that he had guessed, but never talked about it. He was worried that he hadn't been in the know, although it wasn't that important. 3 cards noted that he never said he didn't know about her changes. However, the lady reminded that only a few knew about her real hair color. In fact, no one knew her true color except Ricardo. He was the one who was always by her side and saw her without her masks. Perhaps only a few people could guess her secret, including perhaps Ricardo. He was a close friend, and his knowledge of her was deeper. Serena realized that he knew her secret now. It wasn't as surprising as she expected, but she was still curious about what he thought about it. She wanted to know what Ricardo thought of her new look. Now she hoped his opinion would be as warm and supportive as always. Marina decided that this color was the best for her dress. The prince, watching her, said that he always liked her light hair soft and shiny. Very few people know the lady who has such rare sable hair. This makes her even more mysterious and unique, attracting the attention of everyone who meets her. She would be very sorry if others saw her like this. She did not understand what exactly he wanted to say, because he was reserved in his words. He didn't say outright that he liked her very much then, but there was something in his gaze that made her feel that her interest in him was clearly lacking. She was very surprised by his frankness, even embarrassed. In response, she said reservedly that this was enough for her. She was no longer ready to discuss such things. She firmly stated that she was not ready to hear anything like that now, even if it was just a joke. This was not the time for such talk. But he could not understand why she was so categorical about his words and actions, which made the situation even more incomprehensible for both of them. She explained that the recent events and this love were giving her a headache. She had told him about it more than once, but he still continued his persistent behavior. Eric confessed his feelings, but Serena couldn't accept it. She told him that it was time to stop this conversation and leave, otherwise it would drag on for too long. At one point, he asked her what she had just said. He had a fiancé, but he confessed his feelings anyway. She rejected him outright. The refusal was cold-blooded, but she was confident in her decision. Serena felt she had done the right thing by turning him down, and that had ended the situation. After her refusal, he seemed a little relieved. He literally beamed. Although it was strange because she had refused him, it only confused her even more. Serena, seeing his reaction, asked what this strange reaction was, because she thought that he already knew about her refusal. Everything was so unexpected. He looked surprised, and she asked him if he really didn't know Eric had confessed to her. His face said so, as if he wasn't hiding his surprise. He noted that he had noticed a few things. She was acting as if everything that was happening was obvious, and this Eric was too pushy for her taste. Serena thought that if he had told her earlier, she might have avoided situations like this with Eric, so as not to complicate their already tense relationship. She believed that Ricardo was simply holding back and trying to keep his emotions under control despite how much their relationship meant to him. She couldn't understand why Ricardo was always so careful with her. His reserve sometimes seemed too much of a barrier to her, but she understood the reasons for it. Serena said that he could express his dislike for Eric and suggest that she leave the Empire to avoid further problems with him and the others. But Ricardo said he didn't see how he could suggest that. He knew how much the Empire meant to her, and he didn't want to deprive her of that important place. He asked how much she meant to him, but he also noticed that Serena had already rejected the Emperor's offer. It was an important moment in their relationship. She made it clear that her refusal was cold-blooded, and that was enough for him to understand her position. Ricardo was sure that it didn't matter what the future would bring or what others would say. As long as Serena was around, he felt content. He asked her not to worry about him, hoping that she would follow her desires. Olivia greeted Serena and smiled and remarked that her new hair color looked absolutely amazing. She admired her style and beauty as if everything in the world was in her hands. Olivia asked what brought Serena to her house today. Her eyes were curious, and she expected some important explanation or news from her friend. Serena, a little confused, didn't know how to start. She needed to tell him about Eric's confession, but she couldn't figure out how to say it correctly. It all felt wrong to her. Her mind was in a whirlwind, and she couldn't think of anything to start the conversation with. She felt her nervousness growing despite her attempts to collect her thoughts. Finally, she made up her mind and said that her fiancé confessed his feelings to her. But she is not worried about it, because she has already rejected him. All she feels now is the desire to avoid pain. She was silent, but Olivia waited with a smile for her to continue. Apparently she was ready to hear more, although her face expressed a slight wariness. Serena knew she couldn't open up to Olivia the way she wanted to. She felt like her words couldn't convey the full complexity of her inner state. She said calmly that she had no plans to spend her honeymoon in Arena. It was her decision, and she hoped it would not raise any questions. Olivia was surprised to learn it was so far away, and noted that Arine was Ricardo's homeland. She was surprised that Serena had not been there in a long time, continuing to hide the details from Olivia. Serena admitted that she wasn't just there for her honeymoon. In fact, she just wanted to socialize a bit and take her mind off her worries. Olivia said that she also had something important that she wanted to share with Serena. Her face was determined, and she was not going to keep it a secret. Serena was a little surprised that Olivia wanted to tell her something too, and immediately asked what it was. It was important to her, and she expected the conversation to continue. Olivia shared that Her Majesty told her something important. He told her that he confessed his feelings to Serena, and it was a revelation to her. Her mind was in a whirlwind, and she couldn't think of anything to start the conversation with. She felt her nervousness growing despite her attempts to collect her thoughts. Finally, she made up her mind and said that her fiancé confessed his feelings to her. But she is not worried about it, because she has already rejected him. All she feels now is the desire to avoid pain. She was silent, but Olivia waited with a smile for her to continue. Apparently she was ready to hear more, although her face expressed a slight wariness. Serena knew she couldn't open up to Olivia the way she wanted to. She felt like her words couldn't convey the full complexity of her inner state. She said calmly that she had no plans to spend her honeymoon in Arena. It was her decision, and she hoped it would not raise any questions. Olivia was surprised to learn it was so far away, and noted that Araine was Ricardo's homeland. She was surprised that Serena had not been there in a long time, continuing to hide the details from Olivia. Serena admitted that she wasn't just there for her honeymoon. In fact, she just wanted to socialize a bit and take her mind off her worries. Olivia said that she also had something important that she wanted to share with Serena. Her face was determined, and she was not going to keep it a secret. Serena was a little surprised that Olivia wanted to tell her something too, and immediately asked what it was. It was important to her, and she expected the conversation to continue. Olivia shared that Her Majesty told her something important. He told her that he confessed his feelings to Serena, and it was a revelation to her. Her mind was in a whirlwind, and she couldn't think of anything to start the conversation with. She felt her nervousness growing despite her attempts to collect her thoughts. Finally, she made up her mind and said that her fiancé confessed his feelings to her. But she is not worried about it, because she has already rejected him. All she feels now is the desire to avoid pain. She was silent, but Olivia waited with a smile for her to continue. Apparently, she was ready to hear more, although her face expressed a slight wariness. Serena knew she couldn't open up to Olivia the way she wanted to. She felt like her words couldn't convey the full complexity of her inner state. She said calmly that she had no plans to spend her honeymoon in Arena. It was her decision, and she hoped it would not raise any questions. Olivia was surprised to learn it was so far away, and noted that Araine was Ricardo's homeland. She was surprised that Serena had not been there in a long time, continuing to hide the details from Olivia. Serena admitted that she wasn't just there for her honeymoon. In fact, she just wanted to socialize a bit and take her mind off her worries. Olivia said that she also had something important that she wanted to share with Serena. Her face was determined, and she was not going to keep it a secret. Serena was a little surprised that Olivia wanted to tell her something too, and immediately asked what it was. It was important to her, and she expected the conversation to continue. Olivia shared that Her Majesty told her something important. He told her that he confessed his feelings to Serena, and it was a revelation to her.